Hello, everyone, and welcome to another session of Roll for Damage, where a group of us geeky friends decided to get together and showcase our storytelling through Dungeons and Dragons for all of the interwebs. Welcome, welcome. I have been sitting on something for a few months. None of my players know about it, so they are getting the first sneak peek alongside you all. So I'll give you sort of a brief overview. So obviously our stream has been going for probably about a year and a half now. And as you hear, I get a lot of different art or as you see, I get a lot of different art commissioned, and as you've heard, I get a lot of different music commissioned, and we get music commissioned for our intros and for our, break rolls and for our one shots we've had music done, and then obviously during the most recent anniversary we had earlier this year in March, I had the theme song redone. But I am kind of a music junkie, and when it comes to theme music, I like vocals in my music. So I decided to get together with our good friend composer Vorpal Lance Music and work on a vocal theme for Roll for Damage as a whole. So basically I went to him and I asked him, I gave him a few hints and tips of what I wanted the song to sound like. And after a bit of back and forth, he usually gets me right away. He pretty much had the melody and the background composed fairly quickly. And I think I had a couple of notes, and we came together and we brought it together, and it sounded amazing. And then it was up to me to write the lyrics and the vocal melody for the song, which I did within like an afternoon. And I wrote it out and I sang it a little bit, and I sent it to Vorpal Lance, and he was like, "Yeah, this sounds pretty good, And I was like, "Well, I could sing this, but I'm not a professional vocalist, nor do I know how to really mix vocals." And so I racked my brain, and I was like, if I really want this to sound professional and I want everyone to be impressed by it, I'm going to hire a professional vocalist to do this. So I went and I hired a wonderful, wonderful female vocalist who doesn't want to be credited on the track for her own reasons, but she is amazing, and the entire track sounds amazing. And so what I'm going to showcase to you here in a minute is the very premiere of the new theme for Roll for Damage. It's called The Table is Set. So the video was put together by me, but it's going to actually premiere on the internet after the stream on Vorpal Lance's YouTube tomorrow. So you'll be able to go on YouTube and see it there as well and play it. But all players, if you want to listen to it, I suggest you mute your audio, listen to the stream, and we are going to take it away. So here we go. The very first premiere of The Table is Set from Roll for
Damage. A door opens, adventure awaits your creation. Each person plays a part, abilities to lay the foundation, setting the stage for everything to start. Classes, they help define a role and some choices are what finalize the building session zero. Integrates the character and begins a new destiny to be fulfilled. It's time to share and contribute. The surface lays bare for you. Take up your dice and your character and weave a story with your friends where everything is new. This is your moment to capture. Your fate is hinged on a bet. Release the dice and charge forward. This game is not a game tonight. Your fate, your life, the table is set. Murder mystery, unwitting detectives and NPCs that moving towards another cliffhanger tonight. It's time to share and contribute. The surface lays there for you. Take up your dice and your character and read a story with your friends where everything is new. This is your moment to capture. Your fate is hinged on a bet. Release the dice and charge forward. This game is not a game tonight. You'll fake your life. The table is set. This is your moment. Take control. It's critical. It's time to share and contribute. The surface lays there for you. Take up your dice and your character and read a story with your friends where everything is new. This is your moment to capture. Your fate is hinged on a bet. Release the dice and charge forward. This game is not a game tonight. You'll fake your life. The table is set. The final curtain is rising. The world's forever changed. A story made for the ages. Love and lost experience and friends forever. Table is set. The future laid out before you. One you will never forget. This group of friends that support you. Come on, answer the call. Don't freeze until the table is set.
So that was the premiere of our new theme. That is the long version. The short version will be in our intro in just a moment after I play it. But I hope you all enjoyed. Again, if you want to catch that one more time or again and again, Vorpal Lance will have it up and we'll be tweeting about it on his channel tomorrow. So please check out Vorpal Lance Music on YouTube and on Twitter. And I believe he's also in our links on our Twitch page as one of our composers. So yeah, please check him out. He's been a wonderful, wonderful music partner to have, and really appreciate him. So I hope you enjoyed. And I think with that premiere, we don't really have many other announcements. So please enjoy our new intro short theme. The table is set for Roll for Damage, and we'll be right back. Let's jump into tonight's session.
A door opens, adventure awaits your creation. Each person plays their part, abilities to lay the foundation, setting the stage for everything to start. Classes, they help define a role and good choices are what finalize the build in session 0. Integrates the character and begins a new destiny to be fulfilled. This is your moment to capture. Your fate is hinged on a bet. Release the dice and charge forward. This game is not a game tonight. You'll fake your life. The table is set. This is your moment. Take control. It's critical. The final curtain is rising. The world's forever changed. A story made for the ages. Love and lost experience and friends forever. Table is set. The future laid out before you. One you will never forget. This group of friends that support you. Come on, answer the call. Don't freeze until the table is set.
All right, so let's get some background music on that's less vocal, because that's hard to DM too. Jump right in. So, last we left off, the Shields of Twilight had been tasked with an investigation to help Oriana break the shackles of her potential upcoming execution for the high treason of allowing a war criminal to escape. After figuring out that everything connected to the Forbidden Tomb on the edge of the city, the group decided to head there and find out exactly what was going on, knowing that it also had some connection with Baltaim and his sister, potentially. After making their way through an amalgamation of various wards and entities, they came upon the final sort of ceremonial room of this Forbidden Tomb, where hundreds and hundreds of bones of long dead warriors or people were strewn about, and came upon the tail end of a conversation happening between three gentlemen. They realized that one of these gentlemen was Ephrain, one of Lux Eterna, and the assistant to Ileana, who seemed to have been the one doing the experiments and seemed to have what he needed. They also saw Zelfax, who they had learned was the commander of the Strangled Vine, and then another gentleman who, once in the throes of battle, learned was Butcher, a man that they had heard about a while back from their good friend Dobby Pons, who was his mentor and then his apparent attempted murderer. And he wanted revenge or information from him, at least. But the group found out that Butcher had been helping Shaitis, Baltaim's sister, who was captured and experimented upon, and managed to save her and themselves. But unfortunately, Ephrain did manage to get away. As they left the Forbidden Tomb, they let Butcher go to try to find his daughter, who was taken by Ephrain, and were left kind of trying to figure out what their next move would be when Oriana informed them that she had told Cade that they had completed their investigation and that he would be meeting them at her home. The group, attempting to think as quickly as possible on their feet, met with Cade and the rest of the Triumvirate, who they realized had also tagged along, apparently this being quite an important investigation and mission. Upon explaining their reasoning behind entering a forbidden place and why no one was informed, eventually it slipped that Shaitis was one of these people that was experimented on, and the Triumvirate took that as a sign of evidence and realized that they would need to contain this potential attack on their nation, and figure out what exactly was done to the people like Shai and whoever else Ephrain experimented on. Shai was then taken to Ileana's tower and explained, Ball was given the explanation that his sister was not a prisoner in the sense of being shackled and placed in a prison cell, but that because of the nature of whatever was going on with her, she had to be placed somewhere where she could not be a danger to herself or others, and where they could try to figure out exactly what was going on and better understand how and what was done. Ball was able to speak with his sister briefly, and talk to her, and was told that he was welcome to come back, and that Shaitis was not going to be kept away from anyone she needed to speak with, just that they were taking precautions as they continued to try and understand the nature of whatever this magic is. He eventually left and met up with the rest of the group who were coming to try to assist him. The group communicated with one another, emotions ran high, eventually heading back to Oriana's home and getting a night's rest after a lot had happened. The next morning, they were requested to come as a group to Cade's estate, and were given a mission, given that they all skirted the law of Atril and of Riveren, to move forward with their investigation, and that they would have to pay their dues for doing so. But that they had some leniency in how they pursued this endeavor, and that Oriana now could move more freely outside of the city and beyond, should she need to, as though this mission that they were given to go to Emberhold and figure out what was affecting the mines and the miners there. Beyond that, she was going to be assisting them in finding Damien and bringing him to justice. The group left Cade's and made their way into the streets and the rest of the day, and that is where we pick up. So, Shields of Twilight. You are out in the street outside of Cade's Manor. It is fairly early in the morning, maybe 10:30, 11 o'clock. It's starting to get a bit later, but you still have the day ahead of you. What would you like to do?
Before we do much else, I want to try and pull Perry aside for a second.
Sure.
Sorry, got a quick question. You got a second?
Sure. What's up?
I want to just get away from earshot of the rest of the group.
Sure.
What's up?
Do you happen to know where Lex is staying? I went off talking to Butcher Stew's gun when I got back.
Yeah, why?
Reasons.
When we literally just had a conversation about secrets. Literally a whole knockdown smackdown fight.
Yeah, I understand. I just want to go have a talk with her. And I don't want anyone else to be there. That's all.
If I tell you this, will you promise me that you will mind your temper? And I don't just mean the explosive one. I mean the one that gets snarky when you're real frustrated and feel like you're being attacked.
I will do my best. I'm literally just going to try and apologize. And I'd rather not have an audience.
That I can understand. Pinky swear to me that you're going to be on your best behavior.
Without a word, I just raise the most sacred of promise fingers.
Okay. So you pinky swear.
Pinky swear.
I do indeed.
I will hold you to this. She is at the boiling pot outside the Citadel. Please be on your best behavior. Please. Please.
I plan to.
All right. Was there anything else that you needed, like, picked up or anything while we're...
I don't think so. I mean, I don't know what else we're getting into. I just want to make sure I go handle this.
Okay.
But, when we figure out whatever else we're doing, then I can work out where to find everyone later. Again, I just want to make sure I'm going to do this alone.
All right. I mean, you got to do what you got to do. Just, try not to stick your foot in your mouth. I say that because I normally do, like I did with Ball's sister.
Yeah, I
I
followed
should
you
not-
down that road.
Be allowed to interact with these government type people at all, ever.
I didn't do much better than you did, so I mean, if you're expecting some sort of, admonition or being told off, you're talking to the wrong person.
I don't know. I feel real bad. I feel like when Ball said maybe we should stay outside of the city, or at least I should, I think I should have agreed.
Well, we kind of
I
put
mean,
on the
what's
spot.
done is done, and I mean, at least she's safe, but I feel really, really bad. Like, real bad.
I get it. We can hopefully get her out of this somehow.
I somehow don't think that that's a thing, which makes it worse.
Well, there's hope anyway.
All right.
Right. But I just wanted to get that without anyone else knowing what the fuck I was doing.
All right. I mean, honestly, I don't want to keep secrets and stuff in the group anymore.
I know,
But
this isn't me trying to keep a secret. It's me trying to handle something I need to handle person to person
right, I get it.
without everyone trying to follow along. I just want to go talk to her by myself. I'm the one that popped off at her. I may as well be the one who apologizes, and I honestly do not want everyone there.
Okay. That's fine. Okay. Well, we better catch up with everybody.
Yep. And
I trot after
Yep.
them.
What are the rest of you guys doing?
All seems like he's talking to Oriana. Oh, there's many things we need to do. What time is it right now? It's 6 years. We got so much things to do, Oriana, for 6.
What do you mean?
Your date it's tonight. There's your hair. What
Well,
you're
I
gonna
kinda
wear.
that's what
Baltane's going full fairy godmother. Yes! This is the content I'm here for. Go.
Baltim, I did not take you for one who appreciates, shall we say, the high life.
I mean, I kind of I haven't had me time since this all started, but I occasionally mani petty. Got my hair is pretty long. I gotta be done somehow. It's been a while since it's been done, but I'm saying I had an older sister, Oriana.
Baltim, you had me at mani petty.
Okay.
I love it. This is cute.
You guys are
have
heading
not-
off to get a mani-pedi?
I don't think I have a choice in the matter anymore.
No, you really don't.
No. You don't.
Yes. Do it.
Don't.
Baltane will just put you over one shoulder and be like,
Okay,
nope,
what
we're
about
going.
Campion and Sinric?
Yeah. Oh wait. Barry's going with them, right?
No, at this point, Perry and Quinn are just jogging back to the group.
Oh,
What's
okay,
up?
cool.
What's the plan?
I need money.
Okay. What do you need? How much?
Let's see. He needs to calculate this real quick. Pieces was.
Let me pull up the bag of holding. But yeah.
I need materials to make potions and stuff, so I
Right.
will. Is 800 okay?
Yeah. I mean,
800 gold.
honestly, that's what the money's for, is for projects and such.
So she hands you 800 gold.
Cool. Yeah.
I am just doing
Champion
math. so
covets this gold, very sincerely.
Okay. You put it
and
in
he
your bag,
gazes
I
at it
assume.
and he puts it in his bag.
Campion,
Yes.
do you just want to have some extra money just in case you need it? Because
I have gold. Are you offering more money?
well, you're holding
If you're
that.
offering me free money, I will take money.
That's a smart man. That's 22 intelligence there.
Hell yeah, man.
you seemed like you were like holding, like I'd given you, I don't know how to describe what I just saw.
Like he was holding a baby kitten.
Yeah.
When I was younger, when Theo would do jobs, work was sparse. So you have to covet as much coin as you can.
I will pull. You know what? Perry's feeling generous, and it's helpful if people have enough gold. I pull 400 more and I hand it to him because we
Okay.
have a ton in the bag,
Okay.
and it also frees up space. So
Mhm.
here.
So 1,200 gold gone for the night.
Campion goes full Schmeagle at this point.
Oh yes.
He grabs it and bows and quickly puts it in his pouch, and then he's put his bag of holding, and then he's like his little side little fanny pack thing, and then he's clutching it for dear life.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, Campion.
This is awesome.
I love it. Perry doesn't even think anything of it because she's just like, "Do you need money? You seem like you're desperate. I feel so bad."
So are you heading off to do your own thing, Campion?
Yeah, Campion's going shopping.
Okay.
He's got to get shit.
What about
Yeah.
Cynric?
Okay, let's calculate this real quick.
I don't have anything pressing going on, so let's see. I guess I'm just gonna follow
The group?
Perry, I guess, wherever she goes, because Baltaim is going to get his hair done with Oriana.
Well, I don't know if Perry's going as well.
I mean, if she finds out that's on the table.
I mean, if I'm
Interesting
invited,
point.
I'll probably go.
As soon as Perry comes back into vision, Baltim's like, Perry, mani pedi here.
Oh, okay. And
And I
I will like
point to
trot
Oriana.
after them.
Okay, Cynric, they're all going
Sure,
to
yeah.
pamper.
I'll go and I'll bring my human cured flesh axe with me.
Okay,
Oh God.
you do it.
Hmm.
All right.
Awesome.
I just read the description. I wanted to
Yep.
throw that out there.
Rugers, yep. All
Yeah,
right.
That's dope.
super gross.
Yes, that too.
Okay, so you all are heading to find a nice spa to spend some time in. Campion's going shopping, and Quinn, you're going off to find Lex, I assume?
Yep.
Okay. So the four of you, easily enough, with Oriana's help, find a nice spa. It'll probably cost you about 5 gold.
Okay.
Per person.
A person, yeah. To
I'll pay for everyone.
okay.
Okay.
To have your hair done, your nails done, a nice massage, the cucumber facial, all of that jazz. But you'll be able to spend a few hours just relaxing and pampering yourselves. Easily enough to find. Campion, what are you specifically looking for?
So he's looking for materials to make overall health potions, common and uncommon, so healing and just greater healing. If I believe correct. So is there a shop, like an herbalism shop or like an
that's
alchemy shop? or
yeah,
something?
easy enough to find an herbalism shop. How many potions are you trying to make?
If he can get enough
Or
materials.
how many materials do you want? Because I think do you still have materials left over from your last
No,
batch?
I used all 4 to make
Okay.
the batch. Yeah, so I only had So I will. Let's see if we get.
So I believe it's 25 gold
Yeah.
per each
Yeah.
regular, and it'll
Yeah.
be 125 to 150 for each greater that you want to make.
Okay, 150. Okay. Hold on, so let's get. Yeah, let's say I'll make 10 off the road.
I mean, that's just the cost for the components. The time spent is something
Yeah,
else.
the time. Yeah, something else. Yeah. So he'll get. Okay, hold on. So if it's gonna be 10 times 25. So yeah, he's gonna spend 250 for materials for common. So that'll give him 10
Yep,
material.
that'll get him 10
Yeah.
common ones. Okay.
Yeah, and then you said it was 150
Yeah,
for
150
greater.
for the greater.
Okay, let's say if he gets enough. That's 2.
So if he could get 4 batches for that, and that would be the 800. That would be like, well, no, that would be just over 800 gold. That would be 850, right? If he got 4 batches for 4 graders.
Yeah, 4 batches for 4
If you want to
graders.
do that,
Yeah,
that would spend 850 of the 1200 gold you were just given.
If you were to. Yeah, for the 600. Yeah. Okay, cool. Yeah, he's gonna. Oh wait. Ooh. Yeah, I'm not making any other potions right now because I'm not level 10 yet. So yeah. Let's get 600 gold.
Okay.
For that.
All right, so you get four batches for
Four
the
batches,
greater healings.
Mhm.
So 850 gold down. You do manage to get the materials. And are you just heading back to where are you going after you shop?
He's gonna look for a magic shop to see if he can. He's not gonna sell to Valley's Leathers right now because that'd be too conspicuous. He's gonna sell brimstone though. So
Okay.
if there's just a magic shop near here.
Let me just find. You find. A weapon shop.
Okay.
It's called
Yeah.
Arius's Weapons.
Okay.
And as you step inside, you see this male dwarf, husky, but well-dressed blacksmith, golden curly hair, thin eyebrows, violet eyes, and he just greets you.
I greet him in the traditional dwarvish.
Okay. He
Yeah.
greets you back, and he just
All right,
asks,
cool.
"What do you want? What do you want?"
I have a very particular item that I'd like to liberate from my ownership.
Okay. What's it look like?
He brings it out and places it on a nearby surface. It's a very high quality weapon. I've examined it bluntly, but I believe that its value is quite acceptable.
Right. He takes a look at it. He kind of like looks it over. He like holds it up to his eye, kind of takes a moment, puts it down. What are you looking for it?
It's a pretty feasible weapon. Hasn't been used in my care, but it's been pretty taken care of. I'd say, possibly 1,000 gold.
1,000 gold. I'll give you 600.
720.
Make a persuasion.
Okay. Persuasion. Jesus. Hold on. Did that roll
I would
quick?
say the
Okay, yeah,
song
that's a
is gonna
20.
help.
Okay.
Watch.
He looks
the
at you
song
and
is
goes,
impressive.
he goes, all right. 700.
You have a deal.
All right. He shakes your hand and he goes behind the counter, and you see him gathering. You see him open up like something, and you hear the clinking of coin. And eventually, a pouch is placed on the table. 700.
Okay, 700.
And he takes the crossbow and says, "Anything else?"
Let's see. Quinn doesn't have platinum armor. I mean, not platinum armor. He doesn't have plate armor,
No,
Right. I
do not.
He
It is
wears
chain.
chainmail right now.
but it's magical chainmail.
Right now.
White.
Okay, yeah, there's no point right now. So yeah, he's like, no, I am perfectly fine. He takes his gold, quickly shoves it into his sack,
Okay.
and starts dipping the fuck out.
Okay, where are you heading?
He's gonna head back. Actually, there's a library here, right?
There is.
You know what? He'll go to the library, and then you can just continue with everyone
Okay,
else.
yeah, it'll take you a little while, like, to find it because you didn't get the directions from Oriana, but eventually, after asking a few people, you end up finding it. Probably after all your shopping, gathering your components and everything like that, you probably get there maybe around 1:30 or so in the afternoon.
Okay.
All right.
Cool.
The rest of you headed to the spa. You get inside, you pay, you are asked to relieve yourself of all of your outerwear and clothing and are given comfortable clothes to put on, just like simple, like almost like doctor's pants and like a simple shirt, just so that you can like be comfortable and more airy, and makes it more accessible for when you have your massages and everything like that. You're first taken into a room where each of you are set into a chair, and you have 2 people each working on you to begin your manicure and your pedicure, as your feet dip into nice warm water and your chairs sort of massage you as you sit in them, and you are asked for each of your hands as another attendant begins to file down your nails and prepare you to have your manicure. Are there any specific colors anyone is going to be going with?
I'm going for green and gold.
Okay, so it's like a kind of like my nails, like one's gold,
Yeah,
one's
yeah.
green, one's gold. Okay, got it.
Um,
On both your feet and your nails?
Yeah, probably.
Okay, that's fine.
Sure.
Dark green, light green.
This is
Probably
amazing.
like a forest green.
Okay, forest green. Got it. Okay, Peregrine?
So on her toes, she would like green and orange.
Dark green, light green.
Like a dark green.
Okay.
And on her fingers, she would like green, like a lighter green, and then like a bright blue.
Okay.
It's almost the color of her arcane magic.
Got it. Green and bright blue. All right, lighter green and bright blue. Oriana?
Blue, sapphire blue on the fingers, like her eyes.
Okay.
I don't know what color to make her toes.
Same color?
Sure, same
We did
color.
Same color.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, cool. And Sinric, are you just going plain? Just getting
Yeah.
getting the filing down and getting them the
I'm-
cuticles cleaned and everything?
Yep, just awkwardly here because I got nothing else better to do.
Yeah.
Like
I love it.
They were just
Okay.
holding like everyone's bags.
All right. So you guys
Oh my god, he's the
are-
guy holding all the purses while
Yeah.
people are in the changing room.
No, he's
Yeah.
getting pampered. All right, so you guys
Yeah,
are all
no,
settled.
your bags are on your own.
You guys are all settled in. There's some nice music sort of playing in the background, and you're settling into comfort, which is a nice change from what you've been going through the past few months. And it's nice to just relax and not worry about anything and get the strain of the day to sort of melt away. Quinn,
Yo.
you ask around where the boiling pot is. You were given brief directions, but you didn't know exactly where to go.
Yeah.
But you are eventually directed to a sort of a large, sort of stacked building with this sort of cauldron with these like bubbles coming off of it on the sign. It's called the Boiling Pot. And you see that by the time you get to it, it's getting to around lunchtime, so they're starting to become a lunch crowd that is heading in, but it doesn't seem to be like super bustling or super busy. As you step inside, you see there's a bar, there are a few tables, and various patrons. There's a couple of waiters and waitresses milling about and serving people, and there is a a human man, maybe in his like late 30s, early 40s, sort of black hair with a bit of white in it, white and gray, tending the bar and looking after the various patrons there.
Okay. And when again, do I see any sign of Lex down in the main area?
Make a perception check.
Oh, this is going to go poorly. All right, cool. Here we go.
You got this.
Do I? 11.
I mean, looking around, you do not see Lex at this time.
Okay. Then I'm going to go up to the bartender.
Mm-hmm.
And, like, pardon me, sir. I wonder if you can help me out with something. I'm looking for a friend of mine. I just give the basic description of Lex.
Right.
So should be staying here?
Believe so, yeah. I can send a message to her if you'd like. To let her know you're here if she was expecting you.
She's not, but I was just trying to have a conversation with her if I could. Actually, if you wouldn't mind sending the message up.
Sure. What do you want me to send to her?
Tell her that big dumb ginger she knows is going to buy her lunch.
Okay, and you see him walk down. And as he's about to walk, he's like, "Can I get you anything while you're waiting?"
No, it depends on her answer, actually, as far as what I'll be getting while I'm here.
Okay, and he just nods and heads down the bar, and you see him talk to one of the people working. They nod and kind of you see them dart down the hallway and out of your sight for a moment.
Mm-hmm.
And then he goes back to serving the other patrons. After about 10 minutes or so, you do see coming out of that hallway Lex, looking tired and kind of weary, and Fulton behind her.
Oh, nice.
And she looks over at you and heads over to you with Fulton in tow and just says, "You wanted to speak?"
I did. And just sort of nod, greet Fulton, like, it's not a pleasure to see you as well, but I was wondering if I can just do this alone.
Sure. Fulton, do you mind just staying at the bar then? And once we're done, you can come to the table. He just nods, and she just like leads you over to a booth. She says, "Okay. How can I help you, as per usual?"
I'm not here for help. I'm actually here to apologize.
Okay.
I shouldn't have said what I said. It was a bit of a raw nerve. Back when I was little, I've always been bigger than everyone else for my age. And the second people figured out that I was, easy to provoke, it became like a game for everyone else to see, poke the big kid, see if he does something stupid. And I obliged them more often than I care to admit. And they'd always be trying to, poke fun about something, how I looked, the fact that I didn't have a dad, basically anything they could. So I've always been a bit, I guess, overly sensitive to criticism. And, I grant you, we fucked up in that fight with those stupid ghosts. We did our damnedest, but it wasn't great. And then, for everything to shake out the way it did after, then all of a sudden yelling that we're going to get you killed, it just reminded me a lot of shit I used to have to put up with. But I should not have taken that out on you. And I am sorry for that.
I appreciate the apology. I don't really... What you said to me, I've heard worse. So
well, I'm sure you have.
Doesn't really bother me.
Well, still.
But I am starting to come to wonder if it makes sense for us to be working together. I kind of brought you all in on this, so maybe it's time to just let you guys do whatever it is you're doing. I'm sure you have your own business to be attending to. But from interactions with you guys, we tend to be asked for things and then scrutinized by your group. More often than not. Like, we're the bad guys? And if that's how some of you see us, that's fair. I'm not going to judge you for it. You're welcome to your own opinions. But I'm not going to stick my neck out for a bunch of people who would rather watch us burn and want to tell us that we should.
I see your point, but
I mean, Fulton's interacted with you guys. I'm told that some of your group doesn't seem to like him much either. I don't know what the fuck he's done to them.
that's Campion.
It doesn't matter. You're a group. You are a team.
I
What
can't
one
control
person
what he does.
I get it. But if we don't mesh with you guys, it's oil and water. Oil and water. We're never gonna come together. Maybe it's match and oil, where we just burn each other up.
I get what you're saying, but the problem is, even if we do just sort of, go our separate ways and not deal with each other again on purpose, the fact that we seem to be working at the same overall purpose.
You're only working on that overall purpose because we brought you into that overall purpose.
No, right now we're working on the same thing, because if we don't, we become chew toys for a dark god.
No, you don't. Unless you die right now.
Exactly.
Don't
And
die.
we need to... That's...
Which is a lot easier to do when you're not having to go fight these strange things. Live your lives. Have a good time. Figure out your own shit. I have no idea what you've got to do. But I'm at the point where the first time I saved you, I got shit from your little friend who unfortunately you lost, and I feel bad for that. But literally, the first thing I get is that I'm the fucking devil. I save your friend. I use my favor to save him. And when I ask for it back, you're right, your temper gets you into very hot water. And you end up murdering a bunch of people in a bazaar. And apologies, but I didn't trust you to hold on to my items after that. Not because I think you're an idiot, but because you made a choice and that item was important to me. Which is also why I took the communication device from you. My issue is every time we've helped you, the only time you come back to us is when you need us for something. And then when we call you on something, we're the bad guys. We're shit. I'm a fucking bitch. Fine. Then let's cut ties.
You make some good points.
But I accept your apology. I had no hard feelings. We have a lot of shit to be doing. And we have our own stuff going on as well.
Right, but most of what we're doing is going to be putting us right up against this same stuff.
Yeah.
Harry's family is they're. I don't really know how to fucking explain exactly what's
Well, maybe you
happening with it,
shouldn't
but
be
basically-
explaining for her. If she wants to explain her own story, she can. But look,
It's fair.
Quinn,
I didn't know this conversation was going to go this way. I just wanted to come and tell you as I was sorry.
and I say I accept your apology.
And also see
No
how you're
hard
doing after
feelings.
having to shoot at your friend and getting that fight. It can't have been easy.
No, it was not easy. But that's a problem I'm going to have to deal with. Ephraim, he's not a stupid individual, and he had his reasons for what he did, whether I agree with them or not. I'm not going to be able to find him now. Who knows where he went. But we both made choices to walk away from each other, rather than see who ended up the victor.
Right. According to old-time's history, he's working with some fellow with green hair.
Yep. Sure is.
Oh, you know him.
No, not really. It's not my friend.
Hmm. All right.
And how it all ties together. Again, I got a very brief understanding of what choices he made. But that's between him and the rest of us. Anyway, you all seem to have your own things to handle. Like you said, you just were there for Baltaim's sister.
We were also there because we were trying to help out Oriana and get her out of an issue. But
She's now, I assume, given that you're here and talking to me, her head is still attached to her shoulders, so however it worked out, it didn't work out completely poorly.
it's improved. But there's still work to be done. But what I'm trying to get at, though, is we have some things going on, but overall, we still have the same problem as what you're working on. And you keep saying, just don't die. But eventually that's going to happen.
Yeah, and hopefully
No
eventually
matter
by
what we
then we figure something out.
Right, but if it's going to be our heads if that's not accomplished, or if something happens and it goes wrong,
Then you're welcome to do your research, Quinn. I'm not stopping you from going on whatever quest you feel you need to. The problem is every time I've been in a situation with you guys, it seems to be bad for me. I have no assurances that I don't step into another fucking nightmare, I think were your words, with you guys. And it becomes mine.
I get it. But again, we're running into the same thing no matter what. And we want to help. Beyond the fact that it's our fucking souls on the line if we don't, we actually do want to help. Not just you, not just the rest of your friends and everything, but we want to stop this because it needs to be stopped. Because if we don't, I can't imagine what will be unleashed. But the thing is, all it takes for it to happen is for enough people to just sit by and not do anything. I don't want to be one of those people.
Don't have to be. Like I said. We've figured out things without someone else telling us the answers. You have the same opportunities. Look, this has been a real shitty last few days for me.
I imagine.
I'm finding it hard to trust that bringing you along is going to be a positive, a net positive for me. Find a way to convince me that it is, but right now, I'm just not seeing it.
What do we need to do to convince you otherwise?
I don't know.
Neither do I. That's kind of the problem.
I'm not asking you to do anything. I'm not asking you for any more favors. I'm not telling you to go kill some beast or to investigate some person. But put yourself in my shoes. Right now, I have to worry about me. If I die, it's on me. If I make the wrong decisions, it's on me. If Fulton and I go wherever we go, and things don't turn out, that's us. That's our teamwork. That's our problem. That's our group. If I go somewhere, and Sinric decides to shove his glaive in my back, that's on me as well for being stupid enough to be surrounded by 6 people who could go from allies to enemies very, very quickly. And like I said, so far, I don't see the benefits at this very moment. But I'm also not going anywhere right now. I'm still feeling like utter garbage. So Fulton and I are here for the next day or so, recovering. If you can think of something, a reason why we should still co-opt, teamwork together, I'm willing to be convinced.
I mean, there are places that you can't get to all the time.
That's true.
We've been going to check out things that you've not been able to get to. Get information from, or at least that was the idea.
I asked you to do a couple of favors on my behalf because you were already going there for your own reasons. The original plan was the first shackle and then the second shackle.
Right.
But you guys had other business still in Saratan and Izel before coming back to a trill.
Right.
Which we said that was fine because I had to go to Isgrav.
Mm-hmm.
But the information that you were gathering, as far as I know, in the jungle had nothing to do with us. That had to do with you, if I remember. And I think Peregrine had something in the jungle as well. That again had nothing to do with anything that we're currently. Not to say that there aren't things that are connected or interconnected, or that you haven't found things out. I'm sure you have. That's what happens when you travel and get into weird shit. But it's not specifically towards what we talked about in Avonhurst.
I understand.
Okay.
We were checking out that one shackle. We're going to check out the other one if that's still in need of doing.
Well,
I imagine that everyone else is going to try and come and have that same chat with you later on about where it is and how to find it.
Well, like I said, if someone can give me the good reason to work alongside you and not just have Fulton and I and maybe one of our group head inside and do it, I'm willing to be convinced. But we're in a bad place and we want to do this too is not convincing enough. Sorry. Yeah, I get that you got shit on. I could have let you die. I didn't. And so you lived. Which means you got a life rather than being fodder way back when. But that doesn't mean that I need to be tied to you for the rest of my existence until we deal with this.
Right. I mean, I don't know what I can say to convince, but then again, I've always been fairly garbage with words.
Like I said, Quinn, no hard feelings on what you said. I get it. Heat of the moment. All that shit. But again, I have to evaluate what's going to be best for me and my group as well.
Right. Seems I could evaluate what's best for me and mine, which is not to be still in the same situation where we're marked by something unspeakable.
That's fair.
And we have to address that. And so far, it seems as the best way of making sure we can address that has been about at least trying to work together. And I grant you, we are a fucking pack of assholes. But we're doing our best.
I'm not saying you're not, Quinn. And I'm not faulting you for what you have done or not done. But again, when was the last time this relationship so far feels very one-sided?
Yeah, you're not wrong.
So
we come to you when we need information. We come to you when we're trying to find out something. We come to you whenever we're trying to make sure someone's not going to die.
But it feels like an expectation now. We're not gods. You know them. You've, I assume, met some of them. We're not them. We're people like you, with a bit more experience, sure.
We've got more in common with them than you think.
But we
They
don't.
seem to be equally fallible.
Fair enough. Like I said, I don't give a shit about the gods all that much anyways. But we don't have all the answers. We don't have a way to make everything right anytime a mistake happens, anytime you guys get into trouble. We have our own problems. We
Seen some of
sometimes fall. We sometimes need to help each other out. So again, convince me how this is a two-way street, other than you want to help. It's very nice that you want to help. I'm glad you have a good heart, Quinn. And that's great that you're a good-hearted person.
I try anyway.
But that doesn't convince me that I should go into ruins of Tharizdun with you at my back and know that I have nothing to worry about. Or that going forward, we're going to be doing things in equal measure. So maybe you need to go back to the rest of your group, and maybe you need to have a chat with them and figure out what you all want going forward. And if you all want to work with us, because like you said, Campion's not you, but he's part of your group. And if he doesn't really want to fucking work with us, he doesn't like us and doesn't trust us, that's a problem.
Yeah, there's only so much that we can do about him. I mean, you just had to exchange bullets with someone who you called a friend before.
I understand. But again, you're asking us to place trust in you, to work with you. And some of your group doesn't have that in us. How does that make us want to work together with you? If we know someone thinks that we're going to do something nefarious or that we're going to screw you guys. That doesn't feel good for us either. I'm not saying you can do anything, Quinn. I'm just saying things are not meshing right now. We're having problems. And it's not good for either of us. I don't want you guys getting in trouble. I don't want you guys dying for no reason, but I also don't want me dying. Because we all made poor decisions. So I need to know that we can work together, properly work together, and be partners in this. Rather than just people you use for information and when you need help. You're either a part of our group or you're not.
So I would
like
like
you
that.
said.
I'd like to feel like more than someone who's just wandered around confused as fuck about whatever the fuck's going on, having no idea of how we're supposed to do anything we're trying to do.
I hate to tell you, I don't really have many ideas either. We're doing our best to figure out how to stop this.
Sure.
If anything,
sure.
you've had more interactions with strange things and stuff like that than probably I have. You have this assumption that we have all the answers because we've traveled a bit more than you. We don't.
I don't think you have all the answers. Maybe a few more than we do, and you're the most well-traveled people that we're aware of and can talk to at any time. It's part of why the questions keep getting asked. Because, I mean...
And we've tried to give you as much information as we can. But again, we don't know everything. We're in the dark about a lot of this as well.
I'm aware of that. And honestly, if you had all the answers, none of this would be happening right now.
Well, not necessarily. Even if we had all the answers, we still have to have the ability to make a difference.
Right, but you know what I mean.
I do. Like I said,
so
Quinn,
of course you don't know everything.
if you guys can figure out your issues with us and tell me that we're on equal footing, and I don't want to hear it from you, Quinn, because you're not your group. Your group is your group. So like I said, I appreciate your apology and I accept it.
Right.
And no hard feelings. But your group needs to figure this out because you're not the only one that's going to be traveling along.
I know. And I didn't mean to come here being a mouthpiece for everyone, but the conversation just sort of turned in that direction.
No, fine. That's why I'm saying I need to be convinced. And right now I'm not. And I don't think you can convince me without the rest of your group taking part in it.
Yeah, that's fair.
Because maybe I have your assurances, but I don't have theirs.
Right. That makes sense. I will go find them. And,
like I said, you have time. I'm still recovering. So
yeah,
I'm not...
You're right.
Magic's not my thing.
I get it. I wasn't a big fan of it either till suddenly I could start doing it.
Yeah.
Honestly, it's fucking jarring.
Well, when it's used on you, it's worse. So,
Yeah, I know. I've had that too. But believe me, I'm right fucking there with you.
So, you have a day or two. Fulton and I are just going to reconvene, figure our shit out, and then we'll be heading off to our next destination.
Right. Right. And I will find everyone else and then meet up with you later.
You know where to find us.
Mm-hmm.
And she just nods and lifts herself back up gingerly out of the booth, and sort of like limps a bit over to Fulton at the bar.
On our way, is there anything I can do to help with that? I know a few tricks.
No, it's just gonna take time.
All right. All right, then I will leave.
Okay. You head out as Fulton kind of like waves at you
I'll
to see you later.
wave back.
And you leave. The rest of you, is there anything specific you want to do while you are getting pampered and looked after?
I can't wait for Lex to see us. We're going to look so good. Laura, I think you're muted.
Yeah, you're
I think
muted.
we're good.
Oh. Well, damn. Well, I don't think Lex is going to give a shit about what we look like.
But Fulton might, and I looked at Perry.
He might.
Yeah, let's not. I don't know how I feel about any of that at all.
I didn't say any 2 words. I just said he might.
I know, but still.
Gonna grab an iced tea and
Okay.
I don't know. It's very confusing. However, I don't remember the last time that we like really got to relax. I believe there was a bathhouse involved. And this is nice.
Yeah, this is nice. It's strange now feeling comfortable. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Become comfortable being uncomfortable.
Yeah. I mean, I'm used to, hey, where did that bruise come from? Oh, never mind. Last night I slept on the ground. It's cool.
could get used to doing this again.
I wouldn't.
No, don't burst that bubble. We're going to stay in Riverend for a very long time.
Well, I mean, we do have a few days before the world's going to catch back up to us. How is your sister, Ball?
She's okay for what it's worth. I mean, the place is nicer than well, maybe not nicer than Oriana's home, but it's a pretty nice spot they put her in.
She just seemed so nonchalant about how bad things were, and it kind of made me mad. I didn't think that they would take your sister, and if I had thought that that was what was going to happen, I wouldn't have said anything. And honestly, we should have just stayed out of town. Like, let Oriana handle all this.
Yeah, I thought that was the plan, which is why I came along, but what's done's done. It's can't change the past.
Right, but I still can feel bad.
To look at the situation as a whole, I mean, it's not the worst thing to have happened. I mean, she is in a safe place. Off the top of my head, I can only think of one place that would be safer, and I don't know if we have the ability to get there before something happened.
Where?
The library.
It might be for the best. You're right, Timmer, but
I mean, it's not good, but it's also not the worst thing to happen.
No, I mean, I'm glad she's safe. I'm glad we found her. But
Well,
a gilded cage is still a cage.
You know, the people here may not have the intentions to cure her. They have the intentions to figure out what's wrong, because it can protect more than just her. That's better than not knowing anything.
that's more what I'm worried about than the most things.
But, I mean, at least some information is better than keeping her somewhere where we will literally know nothing.
Right. I mean, my instinct was Seratan, to be honest.
And, I mean, I hate to be that person, but if something happens to her there, there's a lot of people that could potentially get hurt.
I get it. But the Emperor's pretty powerful, and
Not to say that, you know, anything will happen to her. I'm sure everything will be fine.
I get it. I wish we could have gotten her all the way back to where this all got started. Not Agraria, obviously, or Dash, but close to Avonhurst. Close to a place where all the gods are present. I don't know. I can accept that this is better than what it could have been, but I can also think about I also think it could have been way better. I am sorry.
It's alright. I mean, a lot worse place to fall up in.
Yeah.
Is there
To get
anything?
on to a lighter note, Oriana, do you want to get a dress similar to your nails, or what are you thinking for a dress? Do you need a wingman? Do you want me to come and like be on like the third row, like just make sure things are going okay?
No, Basim, I don't think I need a wingman, sir. That being said, if all of you do want to come to the opera, I mean, Mama did say she could.
I don't. Button is such a strong word there. I see it as delightfully meddling in good ways.
No, I should probably do this before I forget. Now I'm gonna take the copper pin out of my hair,
Mm-hmm.
and cast sending
Mm-hmm.
to my mother.
Mm-hmm.
While we're all sitting here sipping tea.
Mama, would you still be willing to get me 2 tickets for the opera tonight? Cade and I would like to attend and see you.
Is that it?
Yeah.
Oh, Oriana. You shouldn't need tickets if you're going with Cade. The Triumvirate has the box, so... But if any of your friends wish to go, I can get tickets for them. Let me know.
So... I guess the Triumvirate just kind of has a box. It's a Sita. Do any of you want to go see it? You'd have tickets in a different section.
I mean, maybe. I figure when we all get back together, like, because Quinn went to go handle some stuff, and I gave Campion all that money, and he was like a kid in a candy store.
Wait, you gave Campion a lot of money? How much money?
I gave him 1,200 gold.
What on earth is he going to do with 1,200 gold?
Make potions and stuff.
My money is on build a second dog.
I mean,
Can he build another Campion? I feel like he tried to build another Campion.
I mean, he asked for like 800 gold to get the stuff to make potions, because I think that's what he's going to do tonight. But then you should have seen his face when I gave him that money. And I'm soft and you know it. But I'm holding on to the bag because the neat little book I got lets me use gold instead of like the actual stuff. So if we were ever short a diamond, for example, and one of you fall, I could, get out 300 gold and we'd still be okay. But he wanted to get, stuff for, his projects, and I figure that's what the money's there for.
I mean, it's better you holding the bag than me. My saying.
I mean, you would have given him all the gold.
Can't take the gold with you. So hey.
I mean, I'm sure he has his reasons.
I mean, we still have a lot of money. It's not a big deal.
No. I'm not saying I wasn't implying that. Just I kind of figured he would tell us what it is, because normally he gets super excited about these things.
Well, I know he wanted to make potions, because that's what he asked for specifically. But then he got super excited, and I just gave him the rest of that money because he seemed like he needed it, and it seemed important. And he worked as hard as we did to earn that money. So.
Peregrine, remind me to ask to hold the bag next time we walk past an orphanage with little young children, okay?
I cannot help it. I have always had a soft heart.
I know, it's what I like about you.
But yeah, I've been thinking, Oriana, for somebody who was raised here, you seem to know like very little. Like the very powerful 3 important government people have their own box. I did not know that. I am so surprised. I do not know how things work. And I used to live here. Like, we expect Quinn or me to put our foots in our mouths and not know stuff because, well, we're from the boonies. You are from here.
To be fair, the last time I went was probably when I was a little girl, okay? So it's been a while. I'm not entirely sure the situation. It may have even been before the Triumvirate formed, actually.
No idea.
You're just saying words at this point to me.
Yeah. I hear lots of words and all that. The only word I really understood was like triumvirate and very, very young.
It's. I guess the equivalent would be me asking you, Bartaim, if you know everything that happens in Agraria.
I mean, I could just tell you yes. You wouldn't know.
Oh, and so could I. I could say I know everything about Riverend, but we're in Riverend right now, so when something like that happens and I don't know, you just know I'm bullshitting you.
Sometimes you have to fake it till you make it, Oriana.
Well, when we eventually get to Agraria, I guess we'll see how much your faking works.
Yeah, Oriana, I'd tell you that the triumvirate only came into being about 7.5 years ago.
Oh yeah, so definitely. When, because Oriana probably hasn't gone to the opera to see her mom since she was a rebellious teen.
Yeah, so you'd know that.
Yeah, I don't think. I don't even think they. Yeah, they weren't formed. It's like.
Fair enough.
All right, so you guys pamper yourselves, have massages, get your hair done, finish getting your nails done, get a chance to relax for a bit, before eventually heading out of the spa. And where would you head?
I am heading back to the manor.
Okay. Are the rest of you going as well, or?
Harry, are we going to the opera?
I mean, I
Or are we
wouldn't
going
mind.
inside with everyone?
I mean, I wouldn't mind. It's not like I have anything to do in this big city with not enough trees and too many apparently sneaky liar people that I don't interact well with.
Because me and Cynric already have our dress robes. So everyone else needs to get their appropriate attire.
Well, I suppose then I better go buy a dress. I don't think I've ever owned an actual dress. Everything I've owned has always been tunics and breeches.
All right, so you're going to buy a dress?
Yeah.
Okay, so Oriana, you head home. Peregrine, Baltaim, you're going to buy a dress. Cynric, are you following Oriana or the other two?
You know what? I think I am gonna go back to Oriana's with her and see if there's a place kind of like off the way to play with this axe, because not something I've practiced with in a while.
You could use her grounds. I mean, her grounds are fairly open.
Yeah,
in
just
the
spend
manor.
some time, doing
swinging.
that.
Doing exercises. Yeah, more than enough space at her estate, outside, at her family's estate. Okay, Peregrine, Baltaim, what kind of dress are you looking for?
I mean, Perry doesn't know how she's supposed to dress, so she just wants something like nice but simple because she's not a frou-for-all kind of girl.
Okay, what color would you like?
Blue.
Okay.
Like a bright.
Oriana gives you directions to a dress shop. You find a very nice sort of long dress, blue. That same sort of like a sort of like a shiny
Sequins?
blue, not sequins.
Okay.
Not sequins. That's too
Very
gaudy.
sequins.
That's too gaudy.
Okay.
No.
Very
Okay.
in sequence.
No, just
Too
like just
1980s
like
prom.
a shiny material.
Okay.
Has like a nice bodice, and it doesn't puff out, but it doesn't slit either. It's just got
Right.
a nice sort of a nice sort
A
of
mermaid cut
skirt,
skirt?
nice sort of bottom skirt, and then there's a little bit of a train at the back, but just
Okay.
a little bit of
Okay.
one, not one that drags on the floor.
Okay.
It's just tails that go behind it, kind of thing.
Dope.
And it costs you about 5 gold for that.
Cool. I will pay for that out of my money.
And eventually, I guess you guys would make your way to Oriana's as well.
Yes.
Okay. Campion, you go to the library.
Yes.
What are you doing at the library? You eventually find your way to the library. You are directed, and it is not quite as grandiose as the Hall of Echoes that you were at, but it's still quite extensive. Although you can see that this is more a historical tomed and archive library versus like a lot of the magical works in Izel. There are a few things on the arcane here, but nothing quite like what was in Izel, given the type of building it was. So there are some books about the arcane and about like spells and wizardry and things like that, and you could find that stuff, just not quite as extensive as Izel. And there also is like a restricted section here as well, though you're not sure what it contains.
Okay. Could I roll a check to possibly find a book of anatomy on Azamar, if possible?
Sure. You can make an investigation.
Okay, I will. That is a 29.
All right. Yeah, you find a few books, and reading through them, you learn that Sun-Touched are not... There's no physiology difference from the race that they come from. So you could have a half-orc Aasimar. You could have a half-elven Aasimar. You could have a human Aasimar. You could have a Genasi Aasimar. It is a boon given over and above their initial racial makeup. Their initial cult, what they are. Their initial species makeup. What it does imbue, there isn't a lot of knowledge on exactly what it means, but there is some knowledge of those that are sun-touched being imbued with the boons and celestial magics of the gods, of the god of light and life. So when a sun-touched ascends and is created, for whatever reason, they gain sort of this celestial inheritance, and it flows through their body. But it's not the same as... It's not... And for someone who's scientific in nature, you wouldn't be able to test for celestial in their blood. Like, if you took blood from them, their blood would be made up of whatever their base species was. Right? It would just be like human blood. The overarching arcane and divine nature has to be studied through magics themselves, because they are magical in nature. But there is this inherent sort of divine presence about them that is imbued into their very nature as a creature of the realm, that allows them access to things that you've seen. If you've seen like wings on an Aasimar, or in Baltaim's case, you see sort of the corrupted nature of the fallen, and when he spreads out his skeletal wings, the frightening presence that comes out of him. But it's not something that scientifically can be studied. It requires arcane or divine magic to really truly understand. And that's what you kind of, from these books, you get this understanding. You also get the knowledge that much of the study of the Sun Touched and the nature of their presence in the realm and their reason for being from Pelor himself is closely guarded in the Seratanian Empire.
Okay. Does it state that they're born with this innate divinity, or is it acquired?
It is acquired.
Okay,
Some well, you from your 29, there are those who have been born with it.
Okay.
But it's not. It's generally something that is gifted to those that the God of Light sees as worthy and will imbue his tenets and his the embodiment of the dominion of which he oversees. So it can come from a baby, and that baby can be born as, from their parents as whatever race, whatever, species they are, plus also the ASMR trait. But generally, there aren't that many that are born with it. Most are gifted it after some period of time or from some deed. Like from your readings, what you get is often those who have become sun-touched have become sun-touched after they have done a great service to the God of Light or to the realm itself. Maybe they've saved a life at maybe great cost to themselves, or have dedicated their life to, the God of Light and the embodiment of his domain, or they have, led their people into a prosperous period of time, or they have protected their people in some way, or their family, or whatever. So, like, you get from your reading these kinds of things, and that is generally how Sun-Touched ascend. And you also get that there was a history long before these gifts were kind of like bestowed sort of randomly, as they are now, more so now, and much less actually. But there used to be a period of time in the Seratanian Empire where this was before Soreth was seemingly killed and then resurrected at some point, that during that time they would have an entire ascension ritual where people chosen from their deeds and from the things that they had done would ascend up the great stairway to the crystal and be bestowed with the power of the God of Light to become a Sun-Touched. And that was corrupted during the time when Sorath's own ascension was sabotaged, and he was seemingly killed, and the God of Light just wiped out the Empire at the time, upset at the corruption and the things that it had become, for it had become twisted in its nature. And he didn't want it to fall into the wrong hands.
Okay. And then it doesn't talk about fallen Sun-Touched, right? Or the process of how one would get fallen. That would be in the Seratanian
If
Empire,
you wanted
correct?
if you wanted to learn more about the fallen, you can you can read about that if you'd like.
I mean, the records wouldn't be here though.
No, well, the specific, what I'm saying is you can't find the specific nature of what makes up a Sun-Touched.
Okay.
But you're getting the understanding of like their history and how they come to be. So if you want to learn the history of the Fallen, you are welcome to investigate and try to learn that as well.
Okay, cool. I will investigate that as well, or attempt to.
Okay.
There we go. That's 24.
Okay. So, basically what happened was you learn that when Mogram, who was the sort of the right hand to Sorath at the time, sabotaged and killed the Emperor, and the God of Light wiped out a large portion of the city at the time and kind of broke everything and sundered everything. A lot of the original Sun-Touched became sort of lost. They had no guidance. The God of Light had kind of like left them at that point. And at the time, the city called Zeltar started to fall. Squabbles broke out. Like the warriors that used to defend the Empire began to fight amongst themselves. They naturally began to give into ambition and power, believing that they should inherit what the Emperor had and that they should oversee the world. And because they had been touched by the creators, because the God of Light had given them purpose, they should have dominion over mortals. And the rest of the people began to scatter and become a little bit more nomadic, but these Sun-Touched became the Fallen because of the corruption within their souls. It turned the power that they were given from this like celestial boon to this like darkened nature, this corrupted celestial divinity, this belief that they should guide and lead all, and that they were the ones that were right. And they basically lost their way as these ASMR protectors. Their celestial wings became, shadow of what it originally was, fleshless, withered. And they instead commanded power, rather than power of protection and divine providence, it was fear and darkness that turned to shadow. And each of these fallen began to war with one another, because each believed that they were the ones that should inherit the world. And they would vie for power and dominion, and start to reach out to the god of war, the god of slaughter, and begin to fight with one another. Eventually, their petty squabbles like destroyed them all, kind of like they never, because they were constantly fighting and they could never really build anything, they just fell out of favor and eventually like sort of wasted away to time and lost themselves to the deserts of Seritan. And so today, often fallen either come from those that are attempting to gain the power of divinity when they don't deserve it, and are sort of like prideful and deceitful and greedy in nature, when they attempt to grab the power for themselves, or in the sense of from someone Sun-Touched. If someone Sun-Touched begins to give in to the darker natures of their humanity or species, of their personality, they will often fall and begin to become corrupted and go down the darker path. That's what you learn.
The camping nose Baltaim doesn't seem like a bad guy.
No, Baltaim, from what you've seen, one, I will say this: the like physical nature of Baltaim is not natural to, and from what you've read, Fallen have no physical differences from their normal species. So if someone was a human and they were Fallen or Sun-Touched, generally you can't tell, except for maybe like some coloration in their eyes, as a manifestation of their abilities, or like a paleness maybe to their skin, maybe. But generally it's very, very hard to tell someone directly is an Aasimar, whether they be Fallen or Sun-Touched. And so it's strange to you that, like, from what you're reading, like, not only is like Baltaim and now especially that you've seen his sister, and his sister is dark skinned and has like the golden eyes from the power that she holds within her, and she looks very much human.
Okay.
It's very strange that she would even be like, you would think that, okay, maybe Baltaim's adopted, because there's no way they are blood related, because he's either some other race that was made into a fallen from Sun Touched in some way, or there's something that you don't understand, but it's very weird that he's blue.
Huh. Yeah, it's very blue.
It's very blue. But yeah,
Okay.
that's what you get. Is there anything that takes you a few hours to research all of that and get that information? So I'll say by this point, after you got all of that for the Sun Touched and you got all of that for the Fallen, you're probably looking at the early evening. You're probably looking around 5:30.
Shit. Okay. Oh, that's gonna be.
I literally
Shit
gave you
show.
the entire like history of.
Yeah, literally, dude.
So so imagine you having to read through that and not having a nice DM that tells you it all.
Yeah, exactly. You know, and such a nice
So yeah,
place.
so
it's
yeah,
just
yeah.
like
Yeah. So you're getting like, you know, your stomach
Okay.
begins to grumble a little bit because you're a bit hungry.
Okay, cool. Campion is gonna books. He's gonna leave the books. He's gonna head out and go to a nearby vendor to get some food.
Okay, easy enough.
Yeah.
I'll say like, you know, you can get some like shawarma on the
Shawarma!
street.
Yes.
Like 5 silver for some shawarma and like a drink or whatever.
Cool. Sick.
So you grab something to eat. The rest of you, Quinn, you left the boiling pot fairly early. Where
Yes.
would you go afterwards? Because they're still being pampered, Campions in the library. What would be your next destination?
I mean, Quinn doesn't really have anywhere else to go or enough money to
So would
really
you just
do
hang
much
out in
anything.
front of Oriana's Manor, kind of, waiting for the others?
I mean, what else is in Oriana's neighborhood? Is it just like a bunch of rich bougie ass houses?
There's a few like nice houses. Just past it, there are probably a couple of like just simple storefronts,
Mhm.
food vendors, like, you know, furniture, trinkets, those kinds of things.
Okay.
Coffee shops, you know.
You know what? Quinn would probably just go camp out in a nearby coffee shop for a little while and be that guy who gets like one small coffee and a pastry and is there for 7 hours.
Okay, so say like you spend like a silver or two the entire time that you're there. Say 2
Yeah.
silver.
Yeah, and then eventually, like, in about the time it takes for like a good proper pampering, he would like, I don't know, sort of,
Yeah, I'll say later in the afternoon, maybe around like 3 o'clock or so, you head back.
you know, at least see if they're back there by then.
Yep.
If not, then find somewhere else to loiter.
Okay, so as you guys are heading back to Oriana's manor, I'll say you get there, Quinn, you get there, you buzz in, and you're told that your friends are inside,
Okay, cool,
and you are allowed in.
neat. Then I will go. I will go in.
All right. So the rest of you are kind of like getting yourselves ready for your evening.
Yep.
And Quinn, you head up the stairs, and you don't see your friends, but you know they're probably in their rooms.
Okay. I'm gonna. I mean, if they're in the rooms, I'm not gonna really go and try and like bug them. I don't
knock
think.
on their doors or anything like that, or are you just gonna go to your own room and kind of chill?
I mean,
At this point, Oriana probably like opens her door and just kind of yells out, "Mama, I don't know what's there."
Oh, you hear that, and you see Oriana pop her head out, and
Hi, Quinn.
Quinn doesn't really respond. He's-
okay. and you just hear, Oriana, I have things to be doing too. Okay, I'll help you just this once.
Okay, thank you, Mama.
And Quinn, at this point, you see Helena coming out into the hallway, just like as you're passing by towards your own room, and you see her hair is like completely up in all of these like curlers.
Oh wow!
And she just
I just flatten myself against the wall to make a hole.
Yeah, she just looks at you and she says, "You will say nothing." And she
I
just
was raised by a single mother, Mom. I know better.
She just heads into Oriana's room to begin helping you find a nice dress to wear. But you just head to your room then, Quinn?
I mean, he has no idea what's going on other than Oriana's got a date and doesn't really know what everybody else is doing. He may go knock on Baltame's door and see like what the hell is up.
Okay, so you knock on.
Probably getting dressed.
Yeah, you knock on Baltame's door, and Baltame, you come to the door.
Yeah, I'm poke my head out. Yeah.
You see Baltame with like a bun on top of his head, and getting halfway dressed into his nice fancy clothes.
I feel like I missed something.
You may have missed a few things. We might be going to the opera.
Ah, I did not know, and I literally have nothing nicer than what I'm wearing now. So
I look at you up and down. Yeah, we might have to go back out shopping.
I do not know what I would even get. So I mean, why the fuck not? Well, all right. Well, that's interesting then.
Did you need something? Something?
No, I just wanted to see what the flurry of Oriana's mom flying down the hall, and if literally anything else happened.
No. Manny, petty, clothes. That's really it. Nothing else.
All right.
Strenuous today.
All right. Well, at some point, whenever everyone else is actually together, apparently we have a bit to talk about. Went and saw Lex just to, apologize for being a bit of a dick.
Right. How did that go?
And she accepted the apology, but now we apparently have to convince her that we're worth working with. Two things are completely unrelated. I will say that.
I see. That might be a larger discussion.
It is. That's what I'm saying. Whenever we actually get everybody together, I literally just wanted to go and say I was sorry and see how she was doing after having to shoot her friend a few times and get shot back. But got that information for free while I was there.
Yeah. Well, I mean, can't say I don't see where she's coming from, but it's a difficult position, I think, for sure, for us and for them, I assume, as well.
Yeah, she made some good points. We just keep asking for shit all the time and don't really do anything for it.
Yeah, well, yeah. Yeah, well, I'll try to get everyone together so we talk about this further. Have you seen Campion? I haven't seen him since.
I literally just got back here and
well,
everyone's in the middle of some sort of getting ready montage.
Okay, well, I'll be in here if you need anything. Not going anywhere.
Yeah, what does a person wear to a fucking opera?
Very pretentious clothes, I assume. Maybe. I'd ask Oriana for sure.
Don't think that's going to be a good idea. Since her mom literally just flew in there to try to make sure she got dressed for her big date with fancy man McBigaxe.
Is that jealousy out here?
No, not at all.
Oh, okay. Sorry, misreading this situation.
Oh, gods no. I'd rather light myself on fire than jump off a cliff into a lake of more fire.
They do say love and hate are very close linked to each other.
They also say, shut the fuck up.
I laugh and I just close the door on him.
All right. I'm apparently going to leave now because I have to find a clothing store.
How much money does he have left?
That's enough.
I mean,
if the fucking dress cost you 5, enough.
Perry has money, so you can always tell her.
Yeah, I can just use some of my own. I have an amount of money that is not insignificant.
I remember you took some for yourself at one point, so.
Yeah. Like I 100
easy enough. Like you asked,
ago.
you talked to you talked to Kieran actually, and he points you to a shop where you can easily find like a nice suit or tuxedo, whatever. It doesn't fit like 100% because you're getting it very shortly. So.
Well, also here's the thing: Quinn has no idea what he's doing.
Okay.
He has never in his life been to a fancy dress anything because he has avoided whenever possible and just so he's completely fucking clueless. So he just goes up to the person that owns it, like, look, I'm apparently going to the opera. What the fuck does that mean for clothing?
Oh, it should be easy enough. Just need a nice suit, or tuxedo, whatever you see interests you. But it may be a little. It may fit you not quite exactly because I don't have enough time if you're going tonight to properly size every part of it.
Does it mean I'm in danger of ripping out of it if I flex wrong? Because that would be very inconvenient.
No, it won't be too small. It's just in certain areas it may not fit exactly as it should. It may hang a little bit or be a little looser in certain places. It won't look terrible. It just won't be to the best of the best quality. But no, you will not bend over and your pants will rip. No.
Great. That would be very, very unfortunate. All right.
Is there a specific color or style you're looking for?
I just blink.
Black then? I think black. Okay. And ends up picking you out just a crisp black suit with like a bow tie and a nice sort of white pocket square and some nice sort of like silverish cufflinks. And it's comes to about 5 gold.
Cool. All right.
And you try it on, and you see like there are certain places like at the crotch where it's kind of looser, or like at the bottoms of the pants where they kind of drag a little bit more than they would in the shoes and stuff like that. But it's not like terrible, and you don't feel like moving around in it or anything. Like you don't feel tightness in your chest or anything like that, where like the buttons are gonna rip. Like it all fits you fine.
Okay. Whenever Quinn gets
untailored suit.
Right, sure. I, as a person, have had those because, tailoring is expensive. So, yeah, when Quinn gets the bow tie, just going to sort of look at it like, fuck is this? And what do I do with it?
She comes, knowing you, instead of giving you like an actual bow tie to tie, she literally gives you one of those bow ties that like clips,
Yeah, definitely.
So she just shows you how to clip it together.
Oh, bless you, madam.
And once you try it on, you're happy with it. You go back into the fitting room, put it all away. She folds it up for you and gives it to you to take back with you. So you have a suit. So I assume you head back to get changed.
Yes.
Okay. So at about 5 o'clock or so, you all are at least changed and slightly ready. Oriana is still kind of like figuring out her makeup and hair. The rest of you, maybe not Perry, I don't know how much Perry does for herself, but the guys at least have themselves in a state where they're put together.
It takes Perry a minute because she like rebraids her hair so that it's all like one big braid, and then she druid crafts some blossoms that match her dress and like fits them sort of down the braid.
Okay. And Oriana, you
sort
can
of thing.
choose whatever outfit your mother would have helped you with, but she would have only stayed until maybe about 4:30 or so because she has to go get ready
Oh,
herself.
it was just like which of these two dresses kind of thing. Like
Okay, so she would have helped
she knew
you.
she knew what she wanted to wear. She just didn't know which one would look better for the evening. You know.
Okay, what are the two choices you give her?
I didn't expect you to put me on the spot.
Then
Let's
you've not been
go-
paying attention to
Billy,
this
what
DM.
game are you playing?
Let's
Yeah.
go with a purple sort of evening dress almost. And then the other would be more of a almost like a royal blue, not quite a cocktail dress. That's not the kind of thing I'm thinking of. I'm trying to remember the correct
What's the
terminology.
length?
I'm terrible.
Where does it hit? Knee,
It would
thigh?
be probably like thigh.
That's a cocktail dress.
Yeah, that's cocktail
Okay.
dress.
Yeah, man.
T length is the knee.
Okay.
Okay, so cocktail dress or the purple like evening gown.
Yeah.
And so your mother just kind of like blinks at you and she just says, Oriana, what are you trying to offer tonight?
Yeah.
Yes!
I
Yes.
don't know, Master.
Go with the purple, and she walks out.
This is my new favorite line ever.
Altaim just knocks on the door when she leaves. The cocktail dress.
About Taim. You hear that from her mother as she's walking down the hall.
The evening dress.
That's right.
This is what D&D is all about.
And so yeah, so eventually
I'll
by
take a stock
round
saying cocktail dresses for the second date.
yeah, eventually after about 5:15, you all reconvene in the foyer and are offered a quick dinner to enjoy in the dining room. You all see one another. You all look very fancy and decked out and ready to attend. And Kieran comes to you and places an envelope of tickets on the table as you are all sitting down to eat. He says, the rest of your tickets right here.
Thank you kindly.
Thank you very much.
I appreciate it.
And,
I pushed
you are
that
left
toward
to
one
your
of the
own
dudes,
device.
'cause
Yeah,
I
you are
have
left
no
to your own
pockets.
devices.
Yeah. I will take because pockets.
Yep. You do have those.
Mm-hmm.
But as you are kind of like settling down and looking over one another and seeing each other cleaned up and ready to have a nice evening, that is where we'll take our break for the evening. So stick around, guys. We will be back very shortly to see what the evening holds on this very nice night at the opera. So
Fancy.
don't go anywhere.
I want to see our Met Gala art style of the Shields of Twilight.
Yeah.
Well, if we were going to be doing the Met Gala, I would have done
Twilight.
like the Chadwick Boseman 2016, where he was basically like the Pope,
Yeah.
But yeah,
like the
so,
cape and everything. Had I known that's what we were doing, that's what I would have asked for, not knowing what the fuck I was getting.
But stick around. We will be back shortly. Just gonna go to the restroom, have a drink, stretch our legs, and we'll be right back with you. All right, we are back. So, the group of you are sitting at the dinner table, having a quick meal before you have to head off to the opera. Is there anything specific you would like to do, or say, or?
Harry leans into everyone and says, "Y'all, I've come to an unfortunate discovery. It doesn't have pockets!"
I don't think they usually do.
I've never owned anything that
a-
didn't have pockets.
That is
Place
the
to put
downside
stuff.
to
Usually you just put stuff with whoever you're with, unless you got like one of those tiny ass purses or something.
But it's
I
my
think.
stuff.
I don't make the fucking rules. I just have spent many an afternoon carrying something for someone else if they didn't have pockets. With my mother and my sister and such. Not happen often, but often enough. I have been a pack mule a good portion of my life.
What are we really carrying to the opera?
I don't know. Pockets are important.
To be fair, they are.
This is the unfortunate way it goes with fashion. The practicality sometimes does not outweigh the look.
Yeah, pockets, I guess, were the first casualty.
Yeah, usually they're the first suspects.
Oriana be like just coming down the stairs at this point to meet with the rest of the group.
Okay.
Probably, since she spent so much time being fancy as fuck beyond what everybody else was doing.
Oriana's just gonna call out as she hears Perry discussing this. Why do you think I was so happy to have a bag that holds everything?
How have you survived? I do not understand.
All right. You guys eat your meal, get yourselves ready, and begin making your way to the opera. Campion,
Yes.
what do you do after you leave the library?
You know what? Campion's gonna walk around a bit, man. I mean, it's too late to even start with the potions, man. So he's just gonna walk around, like, explore the city, man. Just chill out.
Okay.
All
right.
Think, man. Explore.
Okay. So yeah, you just spend your evening sort of exploring the city, walking around, getting to know sort of the various districts a little bit better, and just enjoying your quiet time out and about. The rest of you eventually find your way to the main doors of the opera house, and you see various people are Cade would have come by to pick up Oriana at around 5:30.
Cool.
So you, because he did say he was coming to her place, so he, or actually at 6. So because he said 6. So at 6, Cade, you see, is led into your foyer, and Oriana, Kieran calls out for you. Miss Oriana, your guest.
Oh, yes. I'll just kind of like, double check everything. Peregrine, how do I look?
Do a spin.
Spin.
Great.
Okay.
I'll just kind of head over.
Before you
Okay.
do, if there is a gap in time for whenever Cade shows up and Oriana's still checking herself, I would just go talk to Baltine. Do you want to go fuck with this guy real quick?
I think that's probably not for the best, as he is the leader of this country. Although I want to say yes.
But yeah, Oriana just did a quick spin and then starts to head out.
So you do not get this opportunity
Yeah, you do not
to go
unfortunately.
harass the strength of the triumvirate.
I mean, I
but
just want to be
Oriana-
like, what time are you coming back? What are your intentions with this weird bard?
As
And then
you,
stay with Keeper as long as you want.
As you step out into the foyer, you see Cade out of his normal attire that he wears, in a very long sort of black dress coat. Along sort of the breast pocket are various like medals and sort of notches on the band to signify his military status and the awards that he has received. He has it looks like a red shirt underneath. He wears, it's pretty much like an all black sort of suit, a black tie, and he has black shoes. But he looks very well dressed, very well groomed, and as he sees you, he bows deeply. He says, "Lady Oriana, it is my pleasure to take you to the opera tonight." And he holds his hand out.
I give him my hand.
He takes it and
Thank you.
Kisses it gently, and he says, "Are you ready to go?
Yes, I am.
Then let us head out." And he takes you. He takes sort of your arm and leads you outside into a long sort of limousine type vehicle, which is going to transport you to the opera. But you take the ride. It is very, very comfortable. And is there anything specific you would like to speak with Kate about?
I have to be honest. I wasn't sure you would say yes.
Well, I believe that if everything your mother told me was true, I should give you the opportunity to prove it correct. Your mother is a very good woman and someone who cares very much for her daughter. And so I figured that I should give you the benefit of the doubt and see if all her stories are true.
I'm sorry again for all the trouble I caused.
It is okay. I played my own part in it, I suppose, for allowing you access to a criminal. I did not see the harm it could potentially do. So the blame is not all on your shoulders. I just wish you had been more willing to communicate and understand my intentions.
I wish the same. It probably would have saved me a lot of pain and anguish in the long run, I think.
You know, I originally came to your mother to talk to her about my situation, as I had been getting to know her after her performances at the opera. She told me that she saw a similarity in me as she saw in you. You see, there is expectation placed on us as leaders, and any weakness can be capitalized on. And so I am constantly bothered by some of the leadership to espouse certain expectations. One of them is to have someone to rely on beyond myself. I believe that is unnecessary and just an excuse, but to save face, I spoke with your mother, and she said that you were also someone who did not wish to simply abide by societal rules. So she offered for us to meet, to potentially get to know one another. And she told me to talk to you about potentially finding, I don't know, companionship, similarity in one another. If not for any other reason than to be unbothered by the expectations placed on us by our country. And she told me to maybe talk to you about an engagement, even if it wasn't true, even if it was just both of us helping one another. Although she believed perhaps it could turn into something more, and I was not against the idea. But it was never meant to place you in a position where you would be forced to be a part of something that you did not agree to. However, you ran away before I could ever explain any of this to you. Took one look at me and ran upstairs, and then never came back down. So
That was the night it all happened.
I believe so, yes.
I really wish I'd given you that chance.
Well, I suppose you have it now. It would be nice to get to know you not through your mother's eyes, but through my own.
And I would like to get to know the real you. Not through the eyes of your enemies, but the real you.
I am but a man, Oriana. I am not perfect, and I have done many things that many would consider terrible. But I have fought for my country, and I believe in my country. And I would not be where I am without my country. So I am not perfect. But I do try my best to make this a place where all people, no matter who they are or where they came from, where anyone can make something of themselves, have a life that they are proud of, as long as they work for it.
It's a grand idea to live up to.
It is not an easy one to make happen, but we do our best.
When we talked earlier, you mentioned that Riverrun is always in danger.
any place that is formed in, or I should say, any leadership that is formed in the way our triumvirate was, through the deposition of a previous tyrant. There are always those who would disagree with our methods, with our choices. There are those who come from the old world, the old regime. There are those who wish they stood in our position. When you forcefully take command of a nation, there are always those that wish to see you burn. I would like to say that even if you are the most gracious of rulers, there are those who wish to see you burn. I can't say there's any place probably in this world where someone doesn't covet someone else's opportunities. Riverend only more so because of the nature of how things happened and our position within global society's eyes.
The goal of our land, our country, to unify the world. Do you think it can be done peacefully?
Peacefully? No. That is why I am a general, a high general, commanding officer. Because most do not wish to give up the way they currently do things, because they are taught that their way of life is the correct one. Not to say that it isn't, but what we see is, no matter what your culture or who you are, if you are a part of something greater, a part of a single whole, you work towards bettering your nation. It is less likely that your views clash. When we have conquered other places, we bring those people into our way of life. We do not murder or torture them. We train them. We show them the value that they could have. We give them the opportunities that sometimes they are not given by their own countries. Whether you see this method of conquer as wrong or right, we believe that many of the threats that have faced this realm, this world, in the histories, could have been avoided if we weren't all separate people vying for power. If we were all one people, who would we need to be better than? And if everyone has the merit and accessibility to become someone great, if their hard work and skill can showcase their worth amongst our society, then they can be where I stand. From the orphan child on the street to the noblest of kings. Does not matter. What matters is what they do with what they've been given. Not how much money or prestige they have.
What will happen to Damien if we find him?
He will have his trial, be found guilty of the egregious sins that he has committed, and he will be executed for them. But he will be given a trial and an opportunity to say his piece. We just know the evidence is far greater than any honeyed words he could speak to try and get him out of the situation. Again, that man is a man who wished for power and wished to gain it from the suffering of others. But enough of this dark talk. I didn't know you were so interested in my political views. I would almost think you were trying to probe me for information.
More of trying to understand who you are, I think. But a little bit, yes.
I am not a man who murders people for no reason, but I am also not a man who simply sits by on the sidelines and watches the world pass him by. What about you, Oriana? What type of woman are you? What do you believe in?
I believe in our country's message that a united world would stand far higher than any one people could do on their own. And my journeys, my travels, I've learned of dangers that I don't think any one people could stand against alone and survive. So I don't personally like bloodshed, but if I could find a way to achieve this unification through peaceful means, that would be ideal.
It would be ideal. But it is not a realistic goal. I've never gone into a nation with weapons drawn with the intent to harm. But most will not lay down and allow the intrusion of another group into what they know and value in their daily lives. Whether it be better or worse for them. It's simply fear of change and difference. Some is justified, some not so much, but this is why we don't have peace. It is why this world has never had true peace. Difference is always seen as something scary. Rather than perhaps something beautiful.
Well then, I think we can avoid the heavier conversations for the rest of the night. If that suits you.
I would appreciate that. I have enough of those conversations on a daily basis.
What's your favorite color?
Red, as it pours from the beating hearts of my foes. No, I'm just joking. I like a blue. Like a... I don't know. A lighter blue? I'm not privy to all of the special color names.
Oh, I'm sure you're very busy with other things.
I am sure it has been a while since you have seen your mother.
It has.
Well, then you are in for a treat. She has only gotten better over the years.
I'm excited to see it.
I believe we're almost there. And eventually the vehicle stops and Cade helps you out and you see the throngs of people heading in, and there's a special entrance that you, the two of you, head through as guards line the way, and you are eventually taken up to a nice box where you are offered a glass of wine or champagne and given a great view over looking over the stage as everyone is beginning to settle. The rest of you left like plebs.
All right. The most important question, guys.
At the
Do we
estate.
pregame before the show? I'm in favor for yes.
I mean, I'm never one to turn down a drink.
I hear 2 yeses.
Could we perhaps find the last member of our group and maybe let him know where we're going?
I mean, I gave him money to buy potion supplies, and then I didn't see him again.
Yeah, I don't know if we can track him down without a manhunt at this point. The only person that can communicate over long distances left.
Always leave a note here that, when he comes by, just tell him we're at the show.
That is a very smart idea.
Went to opera, don't break anything.
And we'll be at the nearest bar afterwards.
Okay.
There you go.
All right,
Yeah.
so you leave that message with Kieran, and he says, he just says, if your companion comes by, I will let him know. And you guys begin heading your way out on foot to the opera. It's not super far. So you have a nice evening walk as the lights begin to like sort of dim down in the streets, and it takes on like the nightly glow, and you see various people out and about going to dinner, or getting home or leaving their work for the evening, going home, going to a local bar or pub. But eventually you find yourselves at the Opera House. It's called the Obsidian Opera House. It is a grand Colosseum-style building made of this black stone and obsidian. It's got huge etched pillars that line the exterior, and the front archway leads to these massive marble doors that open up into this main foyer full of this arcane lighting and chandeliers that cast a glow on the deep blue carpets below. But as you step inside, you show your tickets, and the usher takes you towards where your seats are, which are fairly nice. You are in the orchestra, off to the right-hand side, but maybe like 4 rows back, so that you've got quite a good view of the show.
Does this seem like the type of place that like they serve drinks here?
Yeah. So as you came in, there were like there was a bar where you could have drinks.
What's my gold looking like here?
I mean, if you need a drink, I can buy you a drink.
I was gonna get a round for everyone, but I don't know if I have. How much would it be if I get like a round for everyone to start?
So they don't sell. One of the things they don't sell here is like they don't sell draft ale.
Right.
They'll sell like bottled, and they'll sell they sell like different liquor type drinks and wines.
So how much for like a bottle like draft beer?
So if you've ever been to a fucking
golden
theater,
bottle.
Yeah, I know. That's why
it is expensive as shit.
It's gonna be real expensive.
So for a bottle of beer is gonna be a gold.
A gold per beer.
Per beer.
Ball.
Ah.
Ball. If you want a drink, I've got some money.
I mean, you guys are like swimming. You guys are considerably rich in this world.
Like I would have given,
but you still know
Quinn
a gold is
money.
a fucking lot for a beer.
Yeah, no, that's a lot. Yeah.
I would. Perry doesn't know shit about money.
But yeah, do you get 4 beers for everyone?
Like
a beer for each person?
Yeah, I would borrow some gold. I have 3 gold, so I'd buy pretty much everyone else around, and then I'll just ask for gold.
Yeah, okay. So everyone gets a beer, so 4 gold, and everyone gets a bottle. You are actually not given the bottle. The bottle's open for you, and you're given like a very nice glass.
Nice.
And it is a local a Trillion beer, and it actually tastes very nice. Craft a Trillion.
Sweet. Gonna design those bottles for merch.
For gold a piece.
Craft a Trillion beers.
Is the brand the Blood of Eladon?
Nope. The brand of beer would probably be it would be probably called like the Helping Hand.
Nice.
The Helping Hand craft beer. And it would probably be like a lager.
Okay. Cool.
Dope.
Yeah, just that to start.
Yep. All right. So you guys head in.
Goes.
Yeah.
Yep.
You head inside, knowing how expensive that is, and probably not wanting to like game here.
No.
But eventually
carry
you all
it very carefully because Ball indicates that it's very expensive.
Yeah.
I probably don't care. That's just me. Like, oh, that's a lot of gold for. Most people like, oh yeah, cool. Hey, let's buy some drinks.
But you head into your seats, and after about 15 minutes or so, the lights blink and an announcement comes over the loudspeakers to say that the show will be beginning in a couple of minutes for everyone to find their seats and prepare. And,
Silence, they're sending stones.
Yeah. And within a few moments, the show begins, and you are taken on a ride through a fantasy about a woman who is a princess of a nation, and the local duke wishes for her hand, but her heart is taken by a young peasant that she met on the streets when out one day, who helped her in a moment of distress. And it goes through their connection and being torn apart as he gets conscripted into the local militia and goes off to battle, and how she believes he fell in battle and ends up reluctantly marrying the Duke, only for years later to find out that he lived, and be stuck in this sort of loveless marriage where she has a child, but eventually they find their way back together once more, and end up finding a way to be together and be happy with one another. And it is a beautiful piece. Oriana's mother is absolutely fantastic in it. She sings like you've never heard anything like this, any of you. And even Oriana, from what you remember, you were so young, it was hard to, but it feels almost, you would almost say you were being charmed if you didn't know better. Like you don't feel like, the need to bow before her feet or anything like that, but she just exudes this natural presence about her as she sings. And even her counterparts, that the two male leads are also extremely wonderful in their roles. And it's just such a beautiful story. And by the end of the piece, as the final notes ring out and the orchestra finishes playing, you just hear rounds of applause, and you watch as people stand for a standing ovation as the show comes to a close, and you watch as the cast comes out and gives their bows as each of the players showcases themselves. And you see one of the male leads come over and bring a bouquet of flowers to Oriana's mother, and she gives her bow and curtsy and waves off, and they are played off the stage by the orchestra. And the theater lights come up again, and you know that you are free to leave the opera.
Wow.
Cool.
As you begin to exit out with the rest of the patrons, Oriana, Cade helps you up and leads you back to the vehicle and says, I can have you delivered home.
The night is young.
Would you like to go for a drink then?
Sure. That sounds great.
Very well. And he helps you into the car and speaks to the driver briefly, and you guys head off to a well-known establishment close to the Citadel that is, again, as you step out and are led through, you notice that most of the clientele are either high-level government officials or guards. So you know that this is well secure. But eventually you are shown into a corner table at one side of the at one end of the establishment in its like own like sort of private booth, and your orders are taken for drinks, and the waiter eventually comes back with your drinks, and you are left to enjoy. The rest of you, where do you go?
Roll.
To the dive.
Oh my god! Well, I didn't sign up for that.
No one ever does. Just kind
He's
of
got a
creeps up
point.
on you.
It does have a point. No one really signs up for a pub crawl. It just sort of happens.
I mean, we could go get a drink or two, I suppose. But, you know. This is not what I normally do. At all.
Maybe that's a good thing.
Yeah.
Because
It's not
our
something we
normal
normally do.
gets
Yeah,
us
what we
into a lot
normally-
of trouble.
Yeah, what we normally do is wander around, get in fights with things that are some level of unspeakable, and nearly die. I'd like for this to be, the new normal.
I mean, how many times and chances do you get to be a just drunken fucking mess with your friends?
Well, y'all can get drunk. I'm not going to go that far, but I will go.
All right, so you guys head off to the closest pub. It is quite busy, as a lot of clientele have ushered in from the opera. So you see a lot of like well-dressed people that are like letting loose and having a drink. But easy enough to grab yourselves a drink and a table if you want. And you begin to make a night of merriment. Campion,
Yay!
how long do you wander?
Campion's gonna start going back to the big house around I'd want to say like 8 o'clock.
Okay, so yeah, you start heading back there. You eventually get there. You buzz in and explain who you are, and Kieran tells you that your group went to the opera.
Oh, okay.
And asks if you want to wait inside here at the house.
I mean, yeah, like where else would he wait?
Well, I didn't say we were going.
Well, they said they were going to. He tells you, yeah. He said that after the opera, they
not
said
really-
that they would be
yeah.
going to the nearest bar. If you
So
want
you
to
could
join
come
them.
join us for a drink.
It's
I mean,
true.
I'm pretty sure you had a ticket as well in that bunch. You
He
could have
can't go
joined
at
us
this
if you
point
got
though. He
there.
has
Yeah, he can't go
no.
at this point.
The
Yeah.
opera's already started at 8 by 8 o'clock. And
Also, Campion doesn't drink alcohol, so yeah, no.
but yeah, he's just gonna go back inside the manor and
Yeah,
go to
you
his
know
room?
what? Yeah, he's
If
gonna
he's
go
like,
to his room. He's
I
gonna
have
he's gonna read
2%
he's gonna read the book on gunpowder. That's
Okay.
what he's been fucking doing.
Okay.
Yeah.
So he starts reading, continues to read that book. All right.
Yep.
Is there anything specific anyone wants to talk about or do while they're at their respective bars? Is there
Oriana
anything
would
specific you want to
probably
talk to Kate about?
Yeah, she'd probably just we don't need to like spend time on it necessarily, but she'd probably just trying to get to know him, like sort of icebreaker type questions, kind of things. Just
Okay.
learning more about
Small
who he is.
talk.
Yeah. So, you ask him, like how he came to be in the army and like how he came up, and he tells you that he was once an orphan from one of the cities on the coast. I believe it is. What is the name of the Coromir? Is it Coromir? Yeah, it might be Coromir. Yeah. Coromir. And he was an orphan on the streets, and after his parents were killed in one of the in a battle, and he learned to sort of take care of himself on the streets, learned to teach himself how to fight and how to make his way through, and from his skills eventually managed to gain the eye of a captain in one of the units, and was eventually conscripted into the army, and through years of training and skill, made his way up in the ranks to become a lieutenant and then a general at a fairly young age, and was loyal to a T to the Atrillian Empire and the nation until he was sent to Wynon and saw the wreckage that was happening there as they stepped off their boats, and realized that what they were doing was not attempting to unify a nation, but to wipe out a people. And in doing so, there was also no care for their own people. And eventually came back home disillusioned and was a bit at a loss for what to do or how to make things better, knowing that the Commander General wanted to invade once again, and eventually heard about Alexander and what had happened to him, and at some point got in contact with him and met with him and heard his pleas of wanting to overthrow and remove the current Commander General and put into place something more logical and less likely to fall to the whims of ego and power, as it would require any movement by the nation would require a majority agreement amongst the leaders. And that's how sort of the triumvirate was formed. And you kind of like get the understanding of like, you know, who he was and how he grew up, and he asks the same of you, and
You tell him everything.
yeah, and you generally have a pleasant conversation over the evening, getting to know one another. And by the end of the night, he does drive you home, probably close to midnight. Drives you home, walks you to the door, and if permitted, will kiss you on the cheek.
Permission given.
And as he leaves you, he will kiss your hand once more and thank you for the evening before turning around and heading back to go on his own way.
I'll thank him for accompanying me as well.
He will explain that he had a wonderful time, and it was good to begin to get to know you.
As did I.
What about the rest of you? Anything specific you want to go through, go over, do while you're getting crunked?
A little bit into like the kind of crunk, but like kind of can understand what's going on. I'm just gonna go like look at everyone and say, you know, I feel like we've been together for a bit now, and there's been some bonding, but not like, you know, it's been mostly we've been doing a lot of shit, so not a lot of time to truly, you know, get to know each other a lot. So like, why don't we tell me something I don't know about one of you? Good, bad, silly, something I don't know or that no one else knows.
Hmm.
I always wanted to retire on a farm.
That makes a lot of sense.
What kind of farm?
We talking animals or vegetables?
Grow lilies.
Interesting.
That sounds lovely.
Hmm.
Like
Would you open a
greenhouse
flower
farm.
shop as well and just sort of grow them for fun?
No, just for fun. I mean,
Hmm.
they are very nice to look at. Especially maybe somewhere out overlooking some water.
That would be really nice.
Well,
Let's try to get you to a point where you can retire and grow
Yeah.
lilies next to the water.
Well, like I've told Barry, I can direct you to a very vacant area of beachfront property that unfortunately not a lot of people are using.
And we've talked about how dark that offer is.
Not necessarily. It'd be nice to actually, get someone there again.
I mean, he's got a point. If no one is ever there, I mean, at least if someone comes there and uses the land, it can at least honor the people that were there.
True enough. Well, as far as ridiculous things go, when I was about 10 years old, some of the older members of the tribe, like, when I say older, I mean like the teenagers, they were already like into that ability to like change shapes and stuff. And I couldn't master growing shit. So I got real frustrated. And I decided that if I couldn't grow things, I was at least going to master shape change. I had not, and that's very important to note, because I climbed a tree and thought I was going to turn into a bird, and I leaped off the branch and snap. Broke my arm in 2 places.
Oof.
It's funny because I grew up to get the name of a falcon as my adult name.
Well, the inspiration starts early.
The roots don't get the concept of irony, or they do really well, and they just thought it was
My
funny.
name means because I always sought to fly.
Literally.
Well, no, but yes, sort of, a little bit. More like, I sought to explore beyond. And I always wanted to see, like, what was out there.
See, I think the problem there is you started too high. Should have dropped off a lower branch first.
Mm.
I mean, it's
Or maybe
possible.
just like a box or something,
I mean, it's possible, but, like, you've seen me do dumb things, like dive after those creatures with the spike tails. I'm kind of go big or go home. And, well,
You both went big and I imagine went home.
yeah. I mean, Older Ursine was sort of like my favorite, and when she gave me my name, she said that they had to allow me to fly. And I don't think that she was 100% certain or ready for the fact that when I flew, I was gonna like leave and tell them they were dumb a little bit. But yeah.
Well, they say a broken bone heals twice as strong. I think that's something. That's a saying.
Maybe.
That's
I
a
feel
saying, I think.
It is now. Someone said
Yeah,
it.
yes, that is correct.
That does kind of make anything a saying. If someone says it, there's a saying that blah 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 blah. That's officially that whatever that was becomes a saying because it was said.
I don't.
It feels the
think this is
qualification.
I can't
the
find the
first
logic on
time
this.
that you said something that like no one's heard of. I think we should just call that like a Baltimism at this point.
I mean, we do have parryisms, so ballisms.
The shoe fits.
Okay,
Which is
Quinn.
another saying.
Quinn.
Hold
your
on,
turn.
hold on. I'm waiting for the the one who started this whole conversation to contribute.
Shrewd
Before we get to the
operator.
end.
I see.
You're not getting out of this, you son of a bitch.
Huh. Well, I learned this yesterday, so, and I don't particularly want or care to share secrets or care to keep secrets. My nature is apparently, not really quite sure, but a byproduct of my parents doing, my actual parents doing.
Hey, I mean, that's how, like, you know, I got to be a half elf is, you know,
Not-
count on my mama being
Not
an
like-
elf and my daddy being human.
Not like
So-
that nature. Like I cast light and then I'll like kind of like put it onto a coin and then
Yeah.
Yeah. No, I get that. Like, you know, there aren't very many Asmars or Sun-Touched or Fallen or any of that business where I'm from. So, or that I met until I met y'all. So I don't know much about that sort of thing.
I only know a bit, because of my sister.
I mean,
But I think what he means is the difference between him and his sister.
correct.
Oh.
Not quite sure the process and how
Mhm.
why, but that is what
So that's why you're blue and she ain't?
I don't know. I assume that's why I'm blue and she's not.
I just assumed someone strangled you and it stuck.
I like that better. Sounds like a better story.
It's believable. Although
Is
you have
it?
grown quite a bit.
Or maybe when you were little, your parents, painted you blue for some sort of
And it just
costume, and then it just never washed off.
Yeah.
Wow.
Just grew into it.
All right, Quinn.
All right, Quinn, you got to wait through Baltaim's story. Your turn.
Pay the piper.
I know. I just want to make sure that he didn't get out of it, that's all.
Oh, he's
All right.
never going to get out of it.
So, I don't remember how old I was at the time. I don't remember exactly how old my sister was at the time. I just know that she was right of an age to be very, very annoying. So, whatever number you put on that. And it was just one of those days where I finally decided I had just about enough. So I start chasing her around home, right? And she is quick, that one. And I'm just trying to catch up with her, and then I trip on some sort of, I think, potted plant, and my head goes hitting straight into the side of a table. I get up like nothing is wrong, and then I don't know, I eventually give it the chase. Come to find out later, I cracked the fucking corner off that entire table. Did not feel a thing.
So you were always this bullheaded. Got it. All right.
Yeah, I was going to say. So you've always been real hard-headed.
Apparently, I have a skull made of granite.
That explains so much, Quinn.
It does.
So much. You know, looking around at this table, you cannot tell that we are part of a group of people who have done things like wade through a jungle in search of temples.
It's because we showered since then.
Or that we all met and wound up working together because we almost died in a sewer.
I mean,
Yeah, it's been a pretty long journey for us.
Yeah.
Like, we don't look like people who have fought dragons or
Oh,
seen ghosts.
strong word. I'd say
I fought
bravely ran.
a dragon, Baltaim.
She did.
I guess we're counting that dragon. I guess. Sure. That's.
It was a real dragon, Ball!
I don't know. I feel like someone said it wasn't a real dragon. I feel like Freya
I
or
mean-
someone said it's like it wasn't. But maybe it is real.
Baltaim, recently, we fought a dragon.
See, that's what I'm saying. I feel like that's a technicality. We saw a dragon And
I'm sorry, were you not there when Cynric tried to just 1v1 that motherfucker?
Sir, I am insulted.
You did fight a green dragon
oh
in
yeah, we
the
did fight
woods.
green dragons.
Yeah.
Okay, so there's like 50% more dragons than I thought we had even big.
Perry's sitting here talking about the green dragon. You dealt with one. You dealt with a white, potentially not real dragon.
Yeah.
A green dragon, and then a gold dragon who
Yeah.
someone thought wasn't real.
Yeah.
Which you didn't really fight. You just got.
No, that we bravely ran from.
Yeah.
We
bravely ran away.
We lived through 3 dragons, so
Yeah.
2 and maybe 3 potentially.
Yeah, you've lived through 3.
Mm-hmm.
The green one was fun. I mean, I feel like we should probably do that again at some point.
I mean,
Disagree.
I would like you to put yourself in my very small, comparatively, shoes.
It wouldn't fit.
And imagine that it is you and a green dragon, and you are barely on your feet. And literally all of your friends are out cold and dying around you. And all you can do is throw out your hands and pray fire sprays out of them. That is how that fight ended.
And we all have to take your word for it because we were all knocked flat out.
Technically didn't see you fight it, but we'll take your word for it.
That is not how I meant it. Do not associate me with him.
I would never in my right mind.
See, it's not calling you a liar, it's just not believing.
Thus calling me a liar. Don't even. But really, seriously though. Seeing all of us before we left Oriana's house, you would not think that we are those people.
And everything's context.
I'm still mad my dress doesn't have pockets.
Anyway, next time you go somewhere fancy, just make sure you just yell pockets really loud. If they got time, they can put them in there.
Right, this was kind of last minute, and Paul had to go with me.
It does.
Because Oriana had to get back to get dressed. And this is the first dress I've ever owned. Like I had tunics, like really like longer tunics when I was a little girl, but like I've always worn pants.
I've never dressed this fancy for anything ever. I don't think I like it.
I mean, when it was fancy dress, it was never something like this, but a robe is kind of flowing.
You get, I don't know, you can lean into the feeling. Sometimes it's fun. You don't get to do this all the time.
No, it was very nice to relax and have somebody else take care of me and paint my nails. And not have to worry about imminent death.
That is a good feeling.
Because I'm sure the world's going to catch up with us in a few days. But
maybe even sooner than that.
Right now, there are no creepy poems, no children singing creepy songs that no one else can hear. No weird growths on my face because I got healed. I'm going to count this as a win.
All right. So, is there anything else specifically that you guys want to do, or are you just gonna joke around with one another, make small talk, and eventually head back to Oriana's?
I think that's probably. I think
that's
it's probably the
Okay,
evening.
so I'll say for the amount you buy drinks and get slightly crunked, probably between the 4 of you, 2 gold.
Okay, I'll pay for it.
But eventually you find your way back. You are allowed inside, told that both your previous companion and Oriana have made it back, as you may get back a little bit later than her. And you are led to your rooms and given the opportunity to get yourselves ready for bed and
Yay.
to bed down for the evening.
Yes.
You all get a evening's rest. It is nice. You feel well rested, and it is one of the few calm nights you've had in a long while. Eventually, you all wake up in the morning to the sounds of the house bustling and make your way to where you know breakfast to be served and reconvene at the table.
Cool.
As we sit down, I look at Oriana. How do you survive without pockets? Like, I spent an entire evening with no pockets, and I did not know what to do with myself. I had to give Quinn, like, the little pouch of gold I brought with me. Because, like, I thought about, and, like, she makes the motion like she was going to stick it down her shirt, but that was, like, real uncomfortable. So I ended up just giving it to Quinn.
I mean, I didn't used to carry a lot around with me until I started traveling, so I guess I just didn't deal with it because I didn't deal with it.
Well, you also had the concept of a handbag.
That too, but
Like, Perry's just always had, like, a pouch, like, attached to her hip.
Yeah.
So, like, she's just like,
Yeah.
that is her pocket, and she likes it.
It's utilitarian.
She was that kid that picked up rocks and was
Yeah.
like, this rock is shiny. Pocket.
Frog in the pocket.
Yes.
Picked up a rock like, oh, look, a boy.
So, how'd it go?
Did you have fun?
a lady doesn't kiss and tell.
Oh, so there was kissing.
So there was
Okay.
kissing involved.
Oh, that's much is confirmed.
I feel like Perry is sitting next to Baltaim and they're sort of leaned in on each
Yeah.
other.
I don't know why I even thought that would be a good idea to say.
I don't know either. But you said it.
You know who we are. You know what we're like.
And for some reason, you still say shit the same way. Even though you've had so many opportunities to experience our exact nature. And yet, it's like you don't learn.
So we're talking about like a kiss on the peck on the cheek, are we talking a trillion kiss?
What the fuck does that even
You
mean?
don't even know what that means.
Harry just stares
I
at
was
Baltaim.
born here. Thank you very much. I know
And do
that
you know what
means.
what does it mean, Mr. Fake It Till You Make It?
I mean, do you want me to show you? I feel like that's inappropriate. You're dating Cade at this point. I feel like I don't.
I will paralyze you for a minute.
All right, well, someone's upset after they're smooching around.
Did you have a good time? In
I
all
had a
seriousness.
great time.
Good. I'm glad. We all deserve to have, like, a nice night. Campion, what did you do? Because we were going to invite you, but you were like, I don't know where you were because I gave you all that money and then you were just gone.
Well, I mean, Campion's actually in his room reading.
You saw him come down yet?
No.
Wait, he woke up in the morning and read?
Oh, okay. Yeah, I forgot. Yeah, this is the morning now.
Yeah.
I forgot.
So you're down in
Yeah.
the breakfast room.
Yeah,
with
we're having
everyone else.
breakfast.
This is breakfast.
Yeah, like Perry's like sipping
Yeah.
like hot tea and like
Yeah, so she's asking you from last night because none of them knew where you were. They just knew you got
Yeah.
home, you got back somehow. Where you went and how you got there, who knows?
Yeah.
He's so
Yeah.
really,
You
like-
actually see Campion. He has bacon and stuff, like a plate, and like he's actually headed back up to his room when you talk
No.
to him. He's like what?
nope,
What?
you have to eat breakfast with us.
Actually, yeah, you need to be back down here because I didn't bring this up yesterday or yet because I wanted to. Well, I wanted people to have a chance to see how Oriana's evening went and also make fun of her.
But I have things.
You have things over here. We all do.
Well, this took a very serious turn.
Yeah, I know.
Can we go back to laughing about Champion instead?
Maybe in a minute. First, I went and talked to Lex yesterday.
How did that go?
Well, good news is I apologized and she accepted it. No hard feelings or anything. And
Why do I feel like there's another shoe about to drop?
because there is.
That's all the part.
He did say that is the good news.
Mm-hmm.
Implying that there is bad news.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the bad news is, unrelated to the conversation that was had, she is questioning whether or not she or any of the rest of them want to associate with us any longer. And we are apparently going to have to convince them that we can actually be worth something.
I see.
I just want to clarify. She
Yeah,
didn't
please.
question your worth. She wanted to see if you guys could make an equivocal relationship.
Yeah, okay. Well, I
The way
phrased
that
it wrong
Quinn's
then.
saying it, it's like,
Yeah.
she was saying like they're useless and worthless.
Yeah.
That's
No.
not what she said. So
Yeah, no, I was just phrasing it wrong.
yeah. I just want to make sure, like, so the rest of the players know that.
Yeah. Well, then,
Yeah.
I will say it differently then, because I was
By all means,
literally that was just me
I
phrasing it
Because
wrong.
I know you're not
Right.
trying to be deceptive. So
Oh,
that's
hell
why
no.
Yeah.
No. That was just me as a person saying dumb words with my human
Yeah,
mouth.
I just don't want the group going in the wrong direction and then
Yeah,
arguing
yeah.
about stuff. So like, yeah, your worth wasn't
Yeah.
questioned.
Yeah. Okay. Well, then how best to say that? Essentially, we need to prove that we can, actually make this into some sort of equal partnership, as opposed to just coming to them when we need shit, and then contributing not much back in return.
That's a fair point.
And I did not know what to say to convince of anything. So that was my fucking afternoon.
That isn't exactly bad news. I mean, she at least recognizes that we could be capable of doing things. I mean,
Right.
now we need to figure out what we need to do in order to move forward.
Right. Because I feel like we're in this together, whether we work together or not. I mean, we all have a personal stake in this. I, for one, am not going to sit home and wait to see if it all pans out and I don't suddenly die and get eaten by Thursday.
I said as much.
Not to mention the whole deal with my family.
I tried to say as much about that, but I couldn't think of how to phrase it properly because I'm not as intimately familiar with what
Right.
what your people are going through.
But I'm speaking just for myself, I feel as though I have a vested interest in this world continuing to spin. And I have always felt like staying behind and doing nothing doesn't help anybody. And if we can do something, we should do something. And I want to help. I want to help people. I want to do what my people used to do. But they're right. We always call them because we're in trouble. They should be able to rely on us. We can stand on our own feet. We've done it before. We faced down a real dragon. We've made it through jungles. We've climbed Avonhurst. I think we can stand on our own feet. And I think that we can be of some real benefit. Some real help. I don't know how to prove it. But we did a fairly good job trying to find that man she was looking for.
Mm-hmm.
But we were never gonna find because he got, and I just do the thing with the mind
Yeah.
flayer. And
Well,
when we work
I-
together, we can do good things.
I go back to when we were going at it with the dragon over for the crystals. I don't think the lesson here is for us to express in words, but rather learn from what we've done. I mean, as far as what we've encountered, may have encountered just as much as they have, although they have encountered far more and are a little bit more experienced.
Understatement of the year, but yes,
So
I agree.
I think we just need to leverage our capabilities to put our group out there and be sufficient with each other. We need to trust with each other. I mean, instead of just relying on them, for better or worse.
I agree, and by no means am I saying that we need to work with them because we need to rely on them. I think we have a common goal here, and
Yeah. And if we're going to keep running into one another anyway, we may as well just be on the same side. Another thing that was brought up was, as far as how we've been interacting with them, was that the whole group doesn't seem to. So I don't get this wrong again, because I want to make sure. As far as like the group and trust dynamic, her main problem was that some of us are real shits.
Yeah, some of you have real attitude problems and have treated them like utter garbage for literal no reason, and they're just like standing there like, why are, like, the same reason you were like, fuck you, you fucking bitch, like, how dare you talk to me, and they're like, we literally don't do anything and get shit on. And so far they've not retaliated on you guys for it, but they're like, why are we going to take that from you? Like, we don't really need to, you know.
Yeah. Okay.
Just
to make sure.
They feel like the attitude shift with some of your group, as like you just don't really want to work with them. Like, you're doing it out of, like you say, necessity, but it's not like you really want to do it. So she's saying, like, if that's the case, you can go off and research on your own and figure things out on your own without us. Like, you're smart enough, you're capable enough, so you don't really need us. So if that's the case, if you really don't like us and you really don't want to be doing this, like, nothing's forcing you. No one, like, I'm literally not holding a gun to your head to, like, stick with me.
Okay.
Which, of all the NPCs, she literally could do that.
She could.
Several guns, in fact.
So that's what she was saying. She was just saying, like,
Okay.
we're not going to stand around and be, like, just like you didn't like being shit on, we're also not going to take it.
Yeah.
Also fair.
Yeah. All right, good. I just want to make sure, because I got the last bit wrong. At least I phrased it wrong anyway. So I want to make sure I got that straight before I started talking.
And you've noticed, I will say this, of their group, you've noticed, like, probably from, again, their experience and just being out in the world and being through the shit that they've been through, most of them are pretty observant and understand people. So you guys are not exactly the best at hiding your emotions or how you feel about certain things. So they can fairly tell, you know, if you guys are not having it with them.
Right. Okay. Cool. All right. So, yeah, back in there. Another thing that was brought up is something to do with the way that some of us have been responding to them and, you know, treating them like we don't trust them, we don't want to have anything to do with them, we don't even fucking like them.
Right. It's also highly problematic.
And how, if that's the case, what's the fucking point?
Right.
They have a point.
I'm not saying that I trust them implicitly, but I do believe they have our best interest at heart. With the exception of a friend, but that is a totally different story.
I don't think he counts in any of these conversations. I doubt we're going to be doing much working with him. If anything, next time we see him, hopefully we'll be at a place where we can, I don't know, kick the shit out of him and make him answer for what he's done.
Right. Because, I mean, here's
Well, I mean, you say that, but look at what we've known of and heard of, the Butcher, and here we were just allied and friendly with him.
We have first-hand knowledge of him performing experiments on people.
I understand, but
I don't
sometimes we shouldn't jump into assumptions that could potentially get us into situations that we can't handle.
Right. Anyway, the point of this was not to try to talk about whether or not the person that was doing human experimentation can be morally defensible in some way. The point of it is he's not part of the conversation as it pertains to this.
Right. That's kind of why I said with the exception of him. Charlie and Liz only attacked us because I lost it when I saw my people dying, and I attacked first. And then they had our backs in the fight at the shackle. Aaron has quite literally ridden to our rescue. Fulton has been nothing but nice and helped us when he can. And while Lex is abrasive, who among us isn't a little abrasive? She has done a great deal for us at great cost to herself. Again, I'm not saying I trust them implicitly and do not think that something terrible could happen and that they would, that we should just, blindly follow them. But they've done nothing to harm us and a great deal to help us. And sure, they don't tell us everything, but we don't tell them everything. We're entitled to our own personal business. And they have every right to feel disrespected when folks are rude and mistrusting and mean.
Right. And essentially, if we're going to continue on working with them in any way at all, we have to all agree that's what we're doing and act accordingly.
It's got to be a two-way street. We have to put as much effort going in as we expect out.
Precisely.
And from my point of view, I don't necessarily, I won't compare it to, I don't know if I implicitly distrust them, but I trust that they have their own vested interests, and I've seen how flawed as people they are, as likewise we are. And usually, if you've seen someone that's in the gutter with you, you're usually more inclined to believe their plot is true than not.
We all kind of have our own vested interests as well.
Precisely.
And that's why it makes sense to make this continue as best we can, considering that if we all still have the same vested interest in this, I for one am not about to trust that they on their own are going to figure out whatever the fuck is happening with Thursday and this whole thing of we're marked to become his playthings when we die is just going to be fixed and we can all just go off and do whatever the fuck we want.
And while I think that we are perfectly capable of doing our own research, we've been doing a lot better, by the way. Credit where credit is due. We did a lot of work before we looked for that temple. did a lot of research. We found out a lot of information. And to be honest, we keep finding more and more. I'm not saying that we're not capable on our own.
Right.
I am saying that sometimes working together with people who have a common goal is better.
Champion, Oriana, you two been pretty quiet. Any thoughts or disagreements? If there's one of us that disagrees, then we all disagree.
Yeah.
That's how this works.
I want to hear from everybody. I don't pretend to speak for anybody but myself.
She wants us to prove that we're willing to make this relationship mutual and not parasitic.
Mm-hmm.
The only thing I can think of that we could do to prove that to her, beyond just providing her with, verbal platitudes of, oh, we'll do better, is if we just do better.
That's part of it, yeah.
Again, I think the first step, this baby step will be in coming to agreements together on what we want to do. We can figure out how we best show that later, but if we come as a unified front, that does show.
I have an idea.
And Quinn, she didn't say prove, she said convince.
Convince, right.
She specifically said, I don't need you to go and, do some special quest for me. Yeah, I'm not asking you to do some special quest for me. I'm asking you to come and convince me why this is going to work.
Right.
That's something we very seldom usually evolve in full 100% agreement on, which is another issue and another topic for another day. But
right. Well, however this goes, we need to come to an agreement, because if we actually want to continue doing this, then they'll be in town for a few more days. We go back and we need to convince her that this is actually going to work. So, floor's open. Anybody else?
Champion?
Front. I think
You're very quiet.
Aaron has interesting magic, and Lex has cool guns.
Uh-huh.
Perfect Rain is clearly working on another level of self-interest.
And he's not really part of the considerations here.
Where precisely are you going with this, Champion?
I'd like to know that as well. But at the same time, I don't know if I do.
I feel that this relationship, even if you were to say that you'd no longer want to be dependent, it's already ingrained subconsciously to the point where I feel like they add a way to their experience and everything, their actual playpen, while we are associated with them. I feel, it causes us to be more dependent either way.
I don't know that it's so ingrained subconsciously that we can't break that.
I actively tried not to ask for help, but
yeah, we've a lot of times actively not sought out help.
But again, it's not wrong asking. They like we said, even though we've stood on 2 feet, they are just the nature of just been more experience. It will be ignorant to not ask someone that does other long than you a question, passing
right.
by. But their point is that we need to be able to help them as well if they are in requirement, not just constantly them giving.
Right. Erin did bring up a point when she was real mad at us. We could have called her before we entered the Spirit Grove to make sure we were in the right location, which was a thought I probably would have had if I had not been naked except my armor. We should have asked for help and didn't, because we were trying so desperately to do it on our own.
Mm-hmm.
And I think the
We were
point is
Also overthinking simple things. And
Right, but
we
Right.
also didn't have full details of the situation of what was going on.
And
right. And
Which brings in another thing. They're hiding something. They're not telling us everything. And as such, I think because of that, most of us, if not all of us, are going to die from it.
disagree completely. They have
So-
their own business, and that's fine. They
have you told us everything about you? Have you told us, what you're looking for, what you're doing?
In
For the
fact-
most part.
I mean, but I've had to ask. Every time. I've had to pry information out of you.
I mean, not everyone divulges all the information that they ever own or acquire.
And I don't think they're hiding something about what's going on here. In fact, I think we've gotten more information than they've gotten. We're the ones that keep hearing the signs of the world ending, not them. Every time we've told Lex or Fulton, hey, we heard this weird thing, they're like, that's really weird. I've never heard that. I don't think they're hiding things that are going to get us killed. I think you're projecting. Because, okay, so the thing with the Spirit Blossoms was a test. Think about it. If you got the answers, then passing it meant nothing. You learned nothing. It was a test. And you don't know whether she could tell us anything in the first place. From the way that she was talking, I have a feeling she couldn't.
this
we
also
don't know that for a fact.
well, this comes to the point where, like we said, if something you are unaware of something, you're ignorant to something, you simply ask.
I just say that if we're going to hitch our wagons together, 100% transparency is needed.
I feel like that's never going to happen because it doesn't happen with us.
Correct.
That's not normal.
We're not even
Yeah.
100% transparent with each other, so how can you expect or assume them to be 100% transparent with them? That would be them giving more than they get as well.
I
Honest-
think we're getting ahead of ourselves here and assuming we're going to be solely traveling and working with them.
Yeah,
And if that was the case, I would agree transparency is key. However, I mean, at this point, we're going to be two groups helping each other
Right.
for a common goal.
And that
That
means
doesn't mean we
yeah, that means we
divulge.
share everything. Right.
it means we share what we know in relation to what our goal is.
Correct.
Which
Because it
they've
could potentially help
done.
them. Right.
I think I might be able to utilize a metaphor here.
okay.
Campion, have you ever worked with other inventors before?
No. Well, other than the guy that helped me upgrade Graybow.
Okay. So, this other inventor, did he tell you everything about his life story, his work?
I didn't ask.
You didn't
I wasn't
ask,
interested.
but you trusted him to work on Greybone.
Well, if we messed it up Greybone, I could just fix Greybone.
And we are capable of getting ourselves out of situations. Campion, we fought a literal dragon.
2, all things considered.
Fair.
Hmm.
Before we met you, we climbed an almost impossible to climb mountain to test our worth. Literally climbed a sacred mountain to test whether we were worthy of assistance. We're a very capable group. We just have to work together. Honestly, when we were out breaking the law 2 nights ago, or 3 days ago, or whenever it was.
When are we not?
It was 2 nights ago, yeah. 2 days ago.
But when we were out there fighting, that is the best we have ever fought. That is the best we have ever worked together. Because Oriana was doing what she needed to do, I was able to heal you from across the room. Because Quinn was knocking down skeletons, Cynric was able to advance on that guy. We're highly capable people. We have literal gifts from gods. If we get ourselves in trouble because we're working with them, then I think that we are capable of getting ourselves out of it. I don't think we would have been able to climb Avonhurst if we weren't. I don't think literal gods would speak to us if we weren't capable. I know that I am an optimist, and I know that you are very pragmatic, and I appreciate that because sometimes I need to be grounded. But right now, I feel like you are just looking for a problem here.
I mean, if you were really pragmatic, I feel like you would at least be able to see the potential to gain knowledge, additional knowledge from the situation from having some of these people around.
Yeah, I mean, you would also see the value
Yes,
of having
I
an
also
ally.
understand that, but I'm
And
also calculating the potential dangers. Either way, it is fine. I will go with what you go with, and I'm mostly focused on
But that's not
my
what
scientific pursuits.
No. We need to be a unified front here. We
Right, so
can't
what is your
go
issue?
to Lex and say, we'll be great. Campion will just be fine. She's going to want us to assure her that we're going to be respectful. And I give him a very pointed look. And we are going to be equal partners. That we help them as much as we ask for help, if not more. And vice versa. That's the point here.
Okay, then I will agree. I will just be in the background. And then he starts kind of skittering away.
Yeah, Campion, I will just say this one thing.
Mm-hmm.
2 nights ago, you were possessed. Lex could have put 3-4 bullets in your brain and had you scattered on the floor. She chose to allow you to burn her and knock you out. She had no reason. No one could have faulted her for taking you out completely in that moment. And she saved your life. Just saying that.
Yeah.
Like, as an intelligent person, and you as a pragmatic person, and as a person that's just logical, the logical conclusion for someone in that situation would be to just take out the threat. It was no sweat to her if you were gone. Wasn't going to affect her in any way.
Yes.
She chose to harm herself to make sure that you didn't die.
Yeah, and he understands that. Earlier, if the situation would have never happened, he would have completely disagreed and would have been like, "No,
No, I'm just saying. You're saying like logically, like they could get you killed. If anything, she saved your life.
Yeah, she went out of her way to
Yeah.
And that's
Yeah,
the way
which Perry is trying.
That's all I'm saying, because your
point
argument has been like, you know, if we don't learn everything from them, it will get us killed. And I'm just saying, like, so far, her being with you has only assisted you and made sure that you didn't die. That's all I'm saying. And you would just, as a pragmatic, logical individual, putting all of the like math together, like that portion of your argument just doesn't equate. Because if she really was just in it for you guys being helpers and in it for herself, and you guys were just tools to be a part of this and allies, losing you would have been really no sweat off of her back in the grand scheme of things.
Yeah, in the whole sense. Yeah, he's not saying that.
No, that's fine. I just wanted to like make that clear because you were arguing that point. It's just for your, like, you remember that's all.
Okay.
I just wasn't sure if as a player you were taking that into equation, but if you are, that's fine. I just wanted to like give you that, and I'm not even gonna give you a history check for that one because like you're smart enough and you remember that to know that could have gone a very different way. But yeah, Campion skitters off.
I was going to remind him that Aaron came all the way out into the desert to try to revive Dobby.
He wasn't.
So No, that's what she was going to say. She was going to explain.
Yeah.
But
have full faith that he understands that there's value to working together.
Okay, well, I think we need to...
I think that's another thing that we should have to work on is having faith that, we as an individual can work as part of our own group. So, I mean, not necessarily as a group, but as an independent unit as well.
Right.
Quinn, I'll say make an insight check.
Oh boy.
Oh, come on, Quinn.
I mean,
it's not going to be a super hard check.
Well, let's see.
As long as he doesn't completely biff it.
Oh, 20.
There you go.
Exactly what just happened with Campion is what Lex was talking about.
Mm-hmm.
The fact that you have someone who's just like, yeah, I'll do this because all of you guys are doing this, but like, this is not really okay with me. I'm going along with it because majority rules.
Mm-hmm.
You know that Lex and her group are observant enough to be like, the weak link in the group is going to cause a rift at some point. And they don't want to deal with that. So, like, you guys kind of have to, like, you're either all together or you're not, and you guys do your own thing. And you know that, like, just from, like, the way that she was talking and the way that she was implying was, like, it's not good enough if some of your group is like, yeah, we'll do this begrudgingly. We don't really, like, yeah, I get it, kind of, but I don't really get it. Is probably gonna hurt you in convincing her. I won't say it will stop you from it, but you know that that's specifically what she was talking about. And the fact that it's just like, yeah, I'll just stand in the background and just won't say anything, but I'll be judging you with my eyes.
Yeah. I will make mention of that. Like, does that, after he skitters off, like, that's actually part of the problem right there.
Yeah.
Either we all actually want to do this and can convince her that we actually still all want to do this, or we don't.
Right.
It's sort of a together or not at all sort of thing. And Campion just being there to go along with it because, okay, sure, you all say this, therefore I say I must agree with you, and be waiting for the knife to come in the back.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know what to do about that.
I don't know either, because to be honest, I think that at this table now, we are all in agreement that it is in our best interest and the best interest of essentially saving the world that we all work together.
Basically. It makes sure that we can continue living and the world can keep spinning.
I know he trusts us, and I really don't think that he would even stab any of us in the back, to be honest. In fact, he's tried to save us on multiple occasions and fight for us on multiple occasions.
Agreed.
I mean, I understand the reservation to kind of compartmentalize what we're doing and do everything on our own. And I know he sees the value of having allies in what we're doing.
Right.
There's just something, I don't know what.
I have tried talking to him one-on-one about this sort of thing, and I cannot get through to him. If someone else wants to sit down and try, because I don't want to berate him. We do enough arguing as it is, and we need to get better. I don't want to dogpile on him and scream at him until he agrees, but I don't understand his... The nicest way I can put this is he's being stubborn and bullheaded and paranoid for no reason. I understand that he's upset about what happened when we were looking for the spirit blossoms, but the truth of the matter is we could have asked. We could have stopped to call Aaron, and we didn't. And because we didn't, and because we weren't thinking, we screwed up.
I think it might be something else.
What do you think?
I think he might be afraid of losing people he's grown close to. And that's what he thinks is going to happen should we continue on where we're going.
Yeah, the thing is, though, it's the exact opposite. We'll have a
like
better chance of living through things if we actually have stronger allies in our corner and people that we can work with.
I
At
feel
any
like
rate, we have a good chance of not living regardless. But
that's what I was going to say.
We have to go forward. We have to go through it.
I feel like the way things stand, we're all going to lose if we don't do better. And we don't all work together. And I don't just mean if we don't work with them. I think we could survive if we didn't. I think our odds are better. I think the world's odds are better.
Mm-hmm.
I know we're not on their level, but we can go places and we can do things and we can be where they can't. They have to deal with their own internal problems, just like we do.
And, I mean, to look at the, I guess you say elephant in the room, their group is fractured as well. So, I mean...
Lex literally had to shoot at her friend.
And I'm sure she doesn't want us to run into a situation similar to that.
No, I don't.
But I think our two options going forward are run parallel to what they're doing or walk away from the situation.
I, for one, am not willing to walk away from the situation.
Neither am I.
I have lived my life in a village full of people who walked away from the world. And it has cost them their lives. It has done irreparable damage. And I made a choice. I made a big choice when I told Coralon to help me. When I asked him to help me do the one thing that was never going to happen if I stayed home. I'm through walking away. I'm through running and hiding.
I mean,
I, for one, am not about to sit by and leave my own fate in the hands of other people if I can actually get up and do something on my own. Because then, if I have the ability to do something, and I don't, and then things go terribly because I'm not there, then that's happening because I wasn't there.
I think we have a responsibility not to walk away. That's just me.
I mean, I'm just here so y'all don't get yourselves killed, so.
Bullshit, Baltaim. You
Comic
might be
relief.
a real good liar, but you can't kid me.
I'm
I don't
actually
think he
very
is a
bad
very
liar. Very bad liar. Very awful. I like you a little bit, I guess.
well, I mean, to the point of convincing. This might sound odd, but I think the first step to convincing them that we can work on parallel roads is just to say that we offer no guarantee that anything can work.
Somehow don't think that's gonna work. That's
We're
the
being
thing.
honest, we're being upfront, we're recognizing our limitations, we're recognizing that there's things we just can't do at that point.
That's kind of what Lex is asking us.
She wants us to assure her that we can work together.
I don't think we can convince her that we can by telling her that we can't. It's sort of like shooting the argument right in the foot.
I
No,
think
not that we can't. It's that we will try, but we can't. We can't guarantee our help will be
Or even
the
that
most
our help
useful. Right.
won't put
It's
them
not
in danger.
even- I don't get the sense from what Quinn said that it's that she wants us to be necessarily helpful. I think she just wants us to not be assholes to them.
I think that's
Well, I
part
mean,
of it, but I think it's also
partially.
that they want us to be helpful. They don't. We've had a ridiculous and awful one-sided, disrespectful relationship with them. And I challenge anyone to argue with me here. We have asked and asked and asked and asked. We have done for them because it's a favor. Because we owe them this. We owe them that. That's shitty. I'll
I mean,
tell
in
you
all
this.
defense-
If anybody treated me that way, I'd feel the same way Lex does.
In all defense, the favor system wasn't always brought up, but I understand. Yeah, we didn't bring up the system of favors, but
Well, that's the point.
it has
though.
been strictly I do this, you do that for me sort of relationship.
Mm.
Correct? Yeah.
Well, more like we've asked of them and asked of them and asked of them. And
Right.
occasionally they're like, well, okay, but you owe me. And that's a
Right,
really
yeah.
shitty relationship.
Mm.
And honestly, if I were in Lex's shoes, I'd feel the same way. I'd feel disrespected. I'd feel used. And I certainly would not be okay with the answer, well, we can't promise you anything. And I would be very, very displeased with the idea that one of us is just there because everybody else is. Because honestly, I wouldn't trust that person as far as I can throw him. And my strength is shit. I think that a serious conversation needs to be had with Campion. I do not think I should be the one to do it because I have tried and tried and tried, and it's not working. But one of you who is closer, maybe. I would like to know the real reason why he refuses to trust.
This may be a bit paradoxical, this way I present it, so be warned. I think Campion needs to talk to them directly, one-on-one.
I mean, I said
None of
like-
us there,
Yeah.
none of us impacting it. So that he can air out his grievances with them, whatever they are, and they can build a relationship. Keep in mind, we're treating this a little bit like Campion has been with us this whole journey, but he's really not been. He doesn't know these people.
I understand that. I will
Hell-
say this, though.
Hell, he's only met 5 of them.
I will say this, though. Lex could have shot him dead.
She could
And
have.
had I been in Lex's shoes, I might have.
I think most of us would have.
And I think that the fact that that does not seem to convince him that we can at least trust them to work together and to not betray us and to not withhold information that would get us killed is highly problematic. And my concern is Campion going into one of these conversations, and the first thing he did was insult one of the members of your government to the extent that he crushed Greybone.
Yeah,
I'm not saying...
I'm not saying we throw Campion blind into the wolf pits, so to speak. Just
But that would be kind of funny.
we would tell him what the plan is. That he needs to talk to them. That if he has grievances with them, he needs to air them out and discuss them. And legitimately see if he can work with them. And then, none of us sit in on that meeting. We don't try to impact it at all. We just let him do it. It has to happen sooner or later.
I don't think that's a bad idea. Like I said earlier, it's not a majority thing. It's either we all decide this is what's going to happen, or if one of us decides it's not, and then we all decide it's not going to happen.
I'm going to be real honest. I do not particularly care for the idea of one of us decides what everyone does. Not in this situation.
I mean,
It's
that's
not one of us, though.
But it is if it's literally we all agree except Campion.
Then what
That's
do you
true.
propose we do?
that's just how this cookie crumbles, though.
I'm going to be real honest. And this is brutal. But I need to say it. The idea that us not working with a very powerful ally who could help us, who we could help, because one person is too damned paranoid to accept that a woman who could have blown his brains out has the best interest of our group and the fucking world. Is highly problematic to me. I do not think it is fair for one person to decide to be so problematic and paranoid and stubborn that it literally harms the entire group. I don't think that's how the cookie crumbles. I think a serious conversation needs to be had. Just like we gave Oriana shit for making a decision that could have potentially harmed us all.
This would work if this was a one-way street. However, they can decide to not work with us as well. If they sense that we're sort of unified, but only a majority and not all of us, they don't have to be partners with us at all. They could just say, thanks, but no thanks. We seem like you don't know where your group allies together.
Right, and that's actually the problem we're trying to figure out how to address here is the fact that if we actually all want this, we need to all want this. We can't have it hinge on the fact that one person is going to be the holdout, but only there because he's just going along with the rest of us, because that hurts us as much as anything else.
The whole point of this is to convince her that this can work and that this can be an equal partnership with respect and fairness rather than distrust, disrespect, using them and putting them in life-threatening situations. Like, the whole point of this is that we would like to work with them, the majority of us would anyway, and we would like them to want to work with us.
That's true.
So, the whole point is that they could decide not to. The point is that we would like them to not decide to not to.
Right.
I mean, yeah, but we can't really make up their minds for them.
No, but we can persuade them, and that's kind of the point. Like, I don't understand.
We're not going to be able to persuade them if Campion doesn't want to.
Right, and if Campion can
They'll know.
understand them better, that would be Campion's the only holdout.
That's fine. Then as a group, perhaps we all go and sit down. I think one-on-one kind of blew up in Quinn's face a little bit. He just wanted to go apologize, and it turned into something.
Then
I think we need to go together.
I mean, it doesn't
I
sound like
think-
it blew up. If it blew up, she would have not offered at all to
Okay,
reconcile.
by blew up, I mean it didn't work the way he planned.
That is true.
The point is that we need to. The thing Lex continues to criticize us for is not working together. And I think that we need to go and have a conversation with them as a group. And yes, Campion can air his grievances as we all sit as a group. I don't think that it is a good idea for us to go one by one. Lex doesn't care if one of us feels a certain way. She cares that we, as a unified group, as the Shields of Twilight, feel or want a certain thing.
Yes, but we are a bunch of individuals.
As are they. I mean,
then let's come to a compromise.
we don't always, and we're never going to agree 100%. But just because we don't agree on something 100% doesn't mean we can't come to an agreement.
Okay, I'm not saying like 100%. I'm just saying I'm saying we have a conversation with Campion in which he explains to us so that maybe we can. Oriana, you say the part of the problem is because he has not been with us this whole time. And that is an accurate statement. Perhaps we need to sit down as a group and explain to him exactly how much we've worked with them and how much they have done for us since before he came along.
I think the only issue with that is Campion seems like a very
Immediate.
personable. Right. He needs us telling him something. I mean, that's great. It's still more of like he trusts us, not necessarily he trusts them or knows anything about them. I think more from the horse's mouth would be better than from ours. We can be there and be there to accompany him, but I think he should be definitely the more lead of figuring out what he wants, how this works for him, what is wrong with what he has issues with him.
That's fine. What I'm trying to do is set up that he has more information than what he has decided is that they're hiding something from us that's going to get us killed and he don't trust them.
Right, yes, we should prep him before going in, before he just starts. Yes, okay,
All I'm saying is that we modify Oriana's idea, and rather than we just send him in there and let him run his mouth and piss somebody off and make matters worse, because Campion is not a people person. Just like Quinn ain't a people person. Like, that's not a judgment, it's a fact. People have strengths. I am not a people person. I am an animal person. I just think that we should have a conversation and then we should all go together and have a conversation. Because Oriana's right. He should talk to them. I just don't think that he should go by himself and do the thing he does where he just says what the first thing that comes to his mind and angers them and makes it worse, because that's what happens.
Then let's do it like this. We'll go with him. We'll tell him what the meeting is about. We'll be there with him, but we let him lead the discussion. And when we see something untrue, or we see something that's unfair, we act as moderators.
That's fine. That's all I was saying.
Then I think that is the plan we should go with.
Okay. Well, with this discussion over breakfast continuing and you deciding how you want to prepare for this situation and potentially interact with the members of Lux Eterna that are within the city and waiting to have this defining conversation with you. That is where we'll end our session for tonight. And
Ooh.
you guys can use the week to figure out how you want to prepare and work on trying to convince Campion that this partnership could work without them potentially getting you all killed. And see if that works in your favor. But thank you, everyone, for sticking with us. I know we went a bit longer, but I wanted the discussion to complete and to feel like there was a logical stopping point for the group. We hope you enjoyed. For those of you who tuned in late, we have a new theme song. It will be available to listen to the long version tomorrow on Vorpal Lance's YouTube. So please check out his YouTube and Twitter. You'll find the links in our Twitch page and in the various episodes on our YouTube that I've referenced his music, so you can get all the links there in the descriptions and everything like that. Great, yeah. He's saying that he'll send me the link as soon as it's live, which is amazing. I'll probably fair enough, Vorpal. I'll probably still be asleep because I'm up until like 5 a.m. getting our video ready and everything like that. But I'm sure some of the other cast here will be awake and will see your tweet and whatnot. So, but yeah, if you missed it,
we'll make sure it gets tweeted out from our Twitter too.
I still don't know how to use
because
Twitter,
you're gonna
so
be like,
it
yeah,
won't
it's
be me.
live, and I'll just be like dead asleep to the world until like probably noon Eastern time, because I don't get to bed until like 5 o'clock. But yeah, we hope you get a chance to check that out if you didn't get a chance to check it out at the beginning. There's also going to be the VOD on our Twitch. It's usually up, like it's probably already. Some of it's already up there at this point, so you can check it out at the beginning of our session from tonight. And we appreciate you all being here. Remember, we are a small stream, so if you enjoyed it, please share with your fellow D&D lovers. The best way to help us grow is to spread the word. And remember, folks, it's nice to be important, but it's more important to be nice. Have a great Friday. Make good choices. And we hope to see you back here next week. See you later.
Hi, guys.
Have a good
We
night.
went to an opera. Yay.
Yay, fancy dress.